Chapter 803, 8th Demon King. Chapter 803, 8th Demon King. Monkey was not wrong, nobody could help Su Zimo at this moment. His danger came internally. In other words, it was his choice to make. If he chose to give up on the inner core that he had painstakingly cultivated over the years, his golden core could fuse with his soul and create an essence spirit smoothly. However, he was indignant. This was a cultivation technique imparted to him by Daiyu. It was also his greatest support that helped him to get to where he was. The inner core embodied special feelings for Su Zimo. That was the reason why he had never wavered or considered giving up his inner core despite the damnations of the world, insults of outsiders and the infamy of being someone from a foreign race. Similarly, he could form an essence spirit if he gave up on his golden core and fused the inner core with his soul. However, that would mean that Su Zimo would become a demon fully. He was unwilling to do that as well. Under those circumstances where his soul was being fought for by two supreme cores, it was extremely treacherous and his soul could shatter at any moment. Su Zimo could not be bothered any longer and took out spirit-gathering fruits from his storage bag, stuffing them into his mouth mindlessly. At most, 2 spirit-gathering fruits were required for cultivators to form their essence spirits. There would be no effect even if more were consumed. However, Su Zimo couldn't care less at the moment and took out all the spirit-gathering fruits in his storage bag, stuffing them into his mouth. He knew that nothing else mattered if he could not get through this ordeal. The spirit-gathering fruits turned into streams of essence chi and surged right into his spirit platform. His inner and golden cores fought even more intensely. The illusory ball of light in his spirit platform was gradually ripped into two by the different powers and Su Zimo almost passed out when the pain seared into the depths of his soul. The split of his soul caused a swift deterioration in the life force within his body. Any missing part of his soul would pose a huge problem to his body. Much less the fact that his soul was ripped into two right now. Su Zimo's consciousness gradually sank into the endless abyss continuously. Right then, a spark lit up in the dark abyss. It was a flower that burned with flames. It was the Soraka flower Daiyu left behind for him. The Soraka flower blossomed on the Ashoka tree. The Ashoka tree was one of the 3 sacred trees of Buddhism. Legend has it that Buddha was enlightened beneath the Ashoka tree. The robust life force contained within the Soraka flower was the very thing that allowed Su Zimo's golden core to recover completely back then. Now that his life was hanging on a thread, the Soraka flower had reappeared. The Soraka flower raised his soul and rose continuously, breaking free of the dark abyss. The petals of the Soraka flower withered as it blazed. At the same time, a rich life force was emanated as it burned and repaired the 2 incomplete parts of the soul. After a period of time, the Soraka flower was burned completely and the massive life force it possessed healed the 2 incomplete parts of the soul completely. Although the soul was ripped into 2, it became 2 whole souls after the nurturing from the Soraka flower's life force. The inner and golden cores fused within. The 2 incorporeal light bodies gradually materialized. Rainbow lights filled the skies above the spirit platform and 2 infants assumed lotus positions. Their features were gradually formed and glowed with a divine light that swiveled around them. They looked exactly the same as Su Zimo. The form of an infant was the closest to heaven and earth. That was the reason why a fetus was able to ensure the continuity of life even when it was unable to breathe within the sealed space in its mother's womb. The nascent soul realm represented the intent of one returning to their roots. The 2 infants sat on each side and upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the differences between the 2 of them. The infant on the hair had scarlet hair as red as blood. Its face had tough lines and there was a demonic aura around it. Although it was in the shape of an infant, it gave off a faint sense of authority from its expression. The infant on the right was filled with black hair and looked much more scholarly and weak. Its aura was unique as well, with a hint of immortal chi, fiend nature as well as Buddhist light. it was indescribable. The infant on the left was formed by the inner core. The infant on the right was formed by the golden core. Success. Although the Soraka flower had dispersed, Su Zimo had managed to cultivate to the nascent soul realm successfully. Furthermore, there were 2 infants in his spirit platform. The scarlet-haired infant took the lead and controlled the spirit platform to hold the fort of the Naiwan Palace. Suddenly, Su Zimo's aura changed and his initially black hair gradually turned into the color of blood. It was extremely sinister, as though his hair was injected with fresh blood. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Tiny scales appeared one after another on the scarlet-haired infant's body and lined its body completely. 2 horns popped up on its head and the aura it gave off became extremely frightening. Along with that, a similar transformation happened on Su Zimo's body. A single thought was all that was needed for Su Zimo's dragonification. Thereafter, the scarlet-haired infant retreated to a corner and the black-haired infant assumed a lotus position in the middle of the spirit platform. Within the cave, Su Zimo's scarlet hair gradually recovered and the evil, demonic chi around him earlier on vanished without a trace. He looked like he did not belong to the mortal realm. Monkey and the other 3 surrounded Su Zimo and looked at him with dumbfounded expressions. His methods were way too shocking. The moment he advanced to the nascent soul realm, Su Zimo was able to change his appearance at will and could even alter his aura. "I'm fine now." Gradually, he opened his eyes and smiled at the 4 faces around him. The few of them were finally relieved when they heard that. Su Zimo gave a faint smile. "You guys can continue to cultivate and stabilize your cultivation realms while refining your weapons. There's no need to worry about me." "Alright." Monkey and the others were relieved at the sight of Su Zimo's well-being and dispersed to cultivate. Su Zimo closed his eyes again and joy sparked through his heart in waves. He had received way too many changes upon his advancement to the nascent soul realm. First off, his lifespan was extended. At the nascent soul realm, the lifespan of a human cultivator became 1,000 years from its original 500 years, that was a full 2 times. Also, there was the increase in combat strength. Once an essence spirit was cultivated, one could use it to feel heaven and earth and utilize dermic powers while releasing various dermic arts. He could also begin to cultivate many other cultivation techniques as well. For his immortality cultivation, he had 2 heaven-grade spirit cultivation techniques, the Purple Thunder Manual and the Great Day Rulai Sutra. For his demonic cultivation, the full content of the 8th and 9th sections of the Mystic Classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness, the Yin and Yang spirit sections, surfaced within his memories. As Su Zimo had expected, there was an ancient demon king associated with the contents of the Yin and Yang spirit sections. What he did not expect was that the ancient demon king was a dragon king. The 8th demon king had appeared. The Yin spirit section focused on spirit refinement. Be it the scarlet-haired Yin spirit or the black-haired essence spirit, they were both in the shape of an infant and were extremely fragile. They could not even withstand the elements, let alone sabers and swords. An essence spirit would die with ease the moment it left a body. That was the reason why, be it his immortality or demonic cultivation, Su Zimo's next priority was to refine his spirit. The Mystic Classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness said that the impurities of the Yin spirit had to be refined so that it could become a pure spirit of Yang without Yin, known as the Yang spirit. For immortality cultivation, there was the saying of reverting the spirit to the void, and that was the reason why the void reversion realm came after the nascent soul realm. Be it the Yang spirit or the essence spirit of the void reversion realm, they did not fear the elements and were truly free of the shackles of the physical body, able to roam the outside world with ease. In fact, they could take over one's body. Chapter 804, Imminent. Chapter 804, Imminent. There were no records of secret skills or dermic arts of the dragon race that were meant for killing within the Yin spirit section. Among them, there was a spirit refinement technique from the Dragon King Desolate Ocean, and it described how one should consume the essence of day and night to strengthen their bodies and bloodline. Under normal circumstances, Su Zimo would encounter great difficulties in cultivating the Yin spirit section. Previously, if Dai Yu had not guided him by the side, there was no way he could have comprehended the bone strengthening, tendons transformation and body tempering sections within a few short years. Before she left, she also mentioned that it would be difficult for Su Zimo to continue with his cultivation post her departure. That was the truth as well. Later on, for the organs refinement section, Su Zimo met with a great bottleneck and was stuck for a long time. If he had not been awakened in the middle of the night by a freak accident and heard the sound of tigers and leopards, he would not have gotten to where he was today. The essence and secret of the organs refinement section came from ordinary demon beasts like the tiger and leopard. However, the Yin spirit section came from a dragon king. It was almost impossible for a cultivator to cultivate a spirit refinement technique of a dragon king. Even with his deep understanding of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Daos, it would be difficult for Su Zimo to comprehend the Yin spirit section. However, through coincidence, Su Zimo once consumed half a dragon egg, cultivated the ancient dragonification art later on, and consumed a dragon's blood for 20 years to cultivate the illumination dragon eye. The bloodline of the dragon race was already fully fused into his body. Right now, Su Zimo could be considered as a half-being from the dragon race. It was not difficult for him to understand everything that was stated in the Yin spirit section. Furthermore, he would require less effort to cultivate the Yin spirit section. Although Dai Yu was divinely and her methods were extraordinary, even she might not have expected this outcome all those years ago. Right now, the scarlet-haired Yin spirit sat within Su Zimo's spirit platform and controlled his body. Su Zimo waved his hand and a mirror made of water was formed. Within the mirror, he saw his scarlet hair and a pair of eyes that shone with a demonic glint. He looked extremely evil. Although he was in the form of a human, there would be no fiend demon that would doubt his identity. Su Zimo nodded to himself with a satisfied expression. His current appearance was more suitable for him to roam the Thousand Demon Valley and would save him a lot of trouble. "Young master, are you all right?" Little Fox rushed over and asked concernedly when she saw that Su Zimo was awake. "I'm fine." He gave a gentle smile. "You guys, continue to cultivate. Don't worry about me." "Heh, I told you guys that first will definitely be fine." The spirit tiger laughed and was relieved. Easy to say on hindsight. Monkey pouted and walked to the side as he continued to cultivate. All of them had just formed their essence spirits and became fiend demons. There were many things that they had to familiarize themselves with. They did not only have to be familiar with the changes in their bodies, they also had to refine their weapons. A rusty, long rod was propped in front of Monkey. It towered into the skies and was even taller than him. The rod was filled with rust and looked extremely common. However, this rod was discovered back in the astral dragon sputum lair. Furthermore, even Lin Xuanji seemed like he was stunned when he caught sight of this rod. There was a simple reason why Monkey chose this rod. When he first caught sight of this rod, he felt a beckoning to it from the unknowns. Monkey's glabella shone and his spirit consciousness spread out and engulfed the rod. He began to refine it and leave the unique imprint of his spirit consciousness on it. He intended to refine this rod as his destiny dermic weapon. On the other side, the spirit tiger was refining his own dermic weapon as well. The dermic weapon he obtained in the astral dragon sputum lair was none other than the 4 tiger claws. Initially, he thought that the 4 tiger claws had fused and vanished into his body. It was only after he became a fiend demon that he could sense the existence of the 4 tiger claws. The spirit tiger circulated his essence spirit and he gripped his fists with trembling arms. In the gap between his knuckles, a jade-white and almost transparent claw with a chilling aura pierced through his flesh slowly and protruded out. It was slender, long and sharp, like a dagger. There were 2 claws on each knuckle. Instinctively, the spirit tiger scratched the four claws against one another gently. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. A metallic sound could be heard the moment the claws made contact. The spirit tiger's eyes widened as he looked at the four weapons that protruded from his knuckles. He was secretly delighted when he sensed the sharp aura they emanated. The four claws could definitely be considered as indestructible. Furthermore, the four dermic weapons were fused perfectly with his body and he could use them like a part of his body. He could naturally unleash his combat strength to its greatest potential. An azure-green feather fan hovered in front of Qing. Through the augmentation of her essence spirit, flames burned around the feather fan and refined it continuously. The fan shone with a pure jade green color. The reason why she chose this fan was because the feathers on it were taken from a Baifang. Half of the bloodline that flowed within Qing's body came from a Baifang as well. There was nobody more suitable than her to use the azure green fan. Monkey and the other three all had different methods of refining their dermic weapons. Right now, a pitch-black umbrella hovered above Little Fox's head. She had a grim expression and would look up from time to spit out a trail of powder with a faint fragrance. The powder enveloped the pitch-black umbrella and left an imprint of her essence spirit. Crack! 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 Right then, a cracking sound echoed throughout the cave as though something was shattered. Monkey's heart skipped a beat and he glared at the rod before him with a bright gaze. The cracking sound came from the rod before him. After the continuous refinement of his essence spirit, something finally happened to the rod before him. A large pierce of rust cracked apart and a blinding, golden light shone from within and spread slowly. Instantly, the golden light suppressed the auras of the spirit tiger's claws, Qing's azure green fan and Little Fox's pitch-black umbrella. Even the array formation set up at the cave entrance could barely contain the blinding golden light. The golden light surged into the skies. Swoosh! The piece of rust on the rod finally fell and revealed the golden body of the rod. The golden light gradually dimmed. A small word was etched on the spot where the rust fell off. Imminent. Imminent, imminent, dominating. What a great name. Monkey reared his head in laughter and pulled out the rod in front of him. He danced with it, delighted. 1,000 miles away from here, in the Black Wind Ridge, several hundred demons were crossing through the forest with a mighty force. All the demon beasts in the vicinity had already escaped long ago upon hearing them. Among the several hundred demons, there were 8 muscular bull demons in the middle that lifted a gigantic open-air carriage. They grunted as they advanced steadily. Around the gigantic carriage were even dozens of low-level fiend demons. Everyone was circling the center. On the carriage, there was a pale-faced young man in black robes with intoxicated eyes. He laid down on the knees of a woman wearing a veil with a voluptuous figure. The woman's ears were sharp, she was clearly not a human. However, she was extremely beautiful and charming. She held a bunch of grapes that resembled green jade pearls with her left hand and smiled as she fed them to the black-robed young man. Thereafter, she sipped a mouthful of wine and leaned forward slightly before kissing the black-robed man on the lips. She stuck out her tongue gently and allowed the wine to flow through. The man had an intoxicated expression as he enjoyed himself, savoring the fragrant aroma of the woman. All of a sudden, a golden light appeared in the distant skies and vanished instantly. The black-robed man's eyes opened up and shone brightly, there was no hint of intoxication at all. He looked over and curled his lips, grabbing the woman on the chest fiercely as he said in a relaxed manner, "Let's go check things out." Chapter 805, Frightening Spirit Consciousness. Chapter 805, Frightening Spirit Consciousness. Within the cave. Monkey was excited and gripped Imminent with both hands as he danced in a lively manner. Afterimages of the rod appeared everywhere in a dizzying manner. Although the commotion caused by Imminent was significant, Su Zimo did not notice it. At that moment, he was completely immersed in his cultivation. After he advanced to the nascent soul realm, changes were happening to his flesh, tendons, bones, bloodline and organs. When he broke through the void and formed his essence spirit, it was equivalent to him connecting to heaven and earth. Even without Su Zimo controlling it consciously, his body became stronger and even more frightening under the influence of dermic powers. Of course, this was a process. Some cultivators may require half a year, several years, or even decades. However, Su Zimo noticed that his transformation process happened at an extremely swift speed. It was as though a violent cyclone was rippling through his body and he could clearly sense his strength increasing. He was growing stronger at every second. This was the terror of his double essence spirits. A single essence spirit would bring about dermic powers that could augment a cultivator's bloodline and physique. Two essence spirits caused the augmentation to become more obvious and happen faster. Furthermore, the two essence spirits that Su Zimo cultivated were extremely strong to begin with. At that moment, the scarlet-haired Yin spirit took the main spot in the middle of the spirit platform. The black-haired essence spirit assumed a lotus position in the corner. Su Zimo discovered that the truly terrifying aspect of having two essence spirits was that both of them were able to cultivate at the same time without affecting the other. At that moment, his scarlet-haired Yin spirit had begun cultivation on the Yin spirit section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. The black-haired essence spirit in the corner had also begun on the purple thunder manual. This way, neither of the essence spirits would fall off in their cultivation realms. On the surface, Su Zimo was at the early stage nascent soul realm. However, the power of his essence spirits was definitely above an early stage nascent soul. Furthermore, he had many trump cards up his sleeves. His actual combat strength had far surpassed an early stage nascent soul's. Now that he was at the nascent soul realm, he might even stand a chance if he was up against an early stage void reversion or even some weaker mid-level fiend demons. Void reversion realm. Su Zimo murmured softly with a chilling intent. Dao Bing Xian Yu was at the void reversion realm. Back in the Great Xian ruins, Dao Bing Xian Yu disregarded his capacity as a void reversion and interfered in the fight for the vermilion fruit to kill Su Zimo. Su Zimo's wrist was not only severed, his inner core was shattered, his golden core was destroyed and his cultivation was completely crippled. It was also because of Dao Bing Xian Yu that the 13 cities of Yan country were slaughtered later on, resulting in the homeless and destitute plight of the citizens of Yan country. Because of this, Su Hong was mentally drained and eventually passed away from the ordeal. In order to save Su Zimo, Little Fox's fire-blocking basket, the only thing left behind for her by her mother, was taken away by Dao Bing Xian Yu as well. Su Zimo remembered everything. Of course, he also knew very well that even though he had two essence spirits, carried the bloodline of the dragon race in his body and had many trump cards, he was not a match for Dao Bing Xian Yu right now. However, once he cultivated to mid, late stage or even perfected nascent soul realm, he was confident that he could take on Dao Bing Xian Yu. Time passed by gradually. After their initial excitement of refining their weapons, Monkey and the others settled down quietly and cultivated properly as well. Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and took out a seemingly battered lotus seat. His glabella shone faintly and swept through the old lotus seat. Instantly, it vanished and entered Su Zimo's consciousness. It was time to refine the creation green lotus. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's ears twitched and he frowned. There seemed to be many demon beasts headed in their direction. Birds and beasts roamed the Thousand Demon Valley and it was only normal for demon beasts to pass by. Su Zimo was not certain that the demon beasts were coming for them as well. Furthermore, the demon beasts were clearly from the Black Sand Ridge. There shouldn't be any feud between them and Black Sand Ridge. What was the background of these demon beasts? With that, Su Zimo cast a mysterious energy from his glabella with a single thought and it spread outside like a water ripple. He froze momentarily and was instantly enlightened. If he was not wrong, that should be the spirit consciousness that came with his cultivation of an essence spirit. If the five senses of the body were sight, sound, smell, taste and sight, the spirit consciousness was a sense of the essence spirit. Although it was only a single sense, it encompassed the uses of the five senses. Although Su Zimo was blocked by the cave and could not see everything that was going on outside, he could sense everything outside the cave using his spirit consciousness. His spirit consciousness could even sense an ant crawling beneath the mud within a radius of 5 kilometers. It was a mysterious sensation. Through the sense of his spirit consciousness, Su Zimo could clearly see how the ant looked like and every single hair on its feelers and legs. The five senses existed innately and could be found even in Immortal. Because of that, there were many restrictions for the five senses. For example, a single leaf could block one's vision. However, the spirit consciousness faced no issues of the sort. Spirit consciousness resembled flowing water that penetrated every single pore. Even if there was a leaf before one's eyes, the spirit consciousness would wrap around the leaf and could even see every single pattern etched on the back of the leaf. Although Su Zimo could hear the commotion outside right now, he could not see who were the people who created the commotion. However, his spirit consciousness could. Su Zimo spread his spirit consciousness and extended it forward to check. 5 kilometers. 10 kilometers. 25 kilometers. The radius of Su Zimo's spirit consciousness expanded continuously. After 50 kilometers, Su Zimo felt that his essence spirit was at its limits and his spirit consciousness weakened, unable to extend further. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he realized something. His spirit consciousness almost dissipated due to the shock. From an ancient book at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he had once read about some records describing the spirit consciousness. For ordinary nascent souls, the radius of their spirit consciousness was only around 5 kilometers. They were already considered powerful if they could extend to a radius of 10 kilometers. Anybody that could reach 15 kilometers were all considered as paragons. Rare monster incarnates could reach a radius of 20 or 25 kilometers. 50 kilometers was the spirit consciousness radius of void reversions. At this moment, Su Zimo had only just advanced to the nascent soul realm. However, his spirit consciousness could extend to a radius of 50 kilometers. It was comparable to the spirit consciousness of a void reversion. Moreover, this was merely the radius of the scarlet-haired Een spirit consciousness. The radius of the black-haired essence spirit consciousness was also around 50 kilometers. If he could fuse the powers of the two essence spirits together, he could probably spread his spirit consciousness to a radius of 100 kilometers. Su Zimo took a deep breath and composed himself slowly. He had already seen the group of demon beasts with his spirit consciousness. Through the shroud of his spirit consciousness, Su Zimo could see the appearance of every single demon beast and even their cultivation realms. He could even sense the aura they emanated. He caught sight of the merrymaking black-robed young man seated in the carriage in the middle of the many demon beasts. The black-robed young man seemed to be shielded by a barrier that Su Zimo's spirit consciousness could not penetrate. He could not see the background of the black-robed young man either. When Su Zimo swept past the black-robed young man, the latter seemed to have sensed something. Clarity returned to the black-robed young man's eyes as he glanced over to this side in a seemingly casual manner. Thereafter, he looked at the woman beside him with an intoxicated gaze and said lustfully, "Beauty, drink. Drink." Chapter 806, Young Master of the Black Sand Ridge. Chapter 806, Young Master of the Black Sand Ridge. The black-robed young man seemed like he was completely immersed in merrymaking with the woman beside him. A moment later, when the spirit consciousness that shrouded him faded like the ebbing of a tide, the black-robed young man suddenly sat upright. Clarity returned to his eyes as he rubbed his chin with a cold expression, murmuring, "Interesting. What's wrong, young master?" The woman's voluptuous body stuck closely onto the black-robed young man. She rubbed against his body gently and asked in a flirting manner with a coquettish tone. The black-robed young man's lips curled as he said with a fake smile, "Nothing much. Somebody spread his spirit consciousness earlier on and scanned me. What a fool." The woman harumphed and said in a pandering manner, "To think that someone would dare to check on our young master in the Black Sand Ridge. Doesn't he know any rules at all? Since this person doesn't know any rules, I can teach them to him," the black-robed young man said in a seemingly casual manner. However, there was a killing intent in his tone. "Protector Shi, Protector Cha. Here." Two low-level fiend demons beside the black-robed young man appeared in a flash. The black-robed young man spread open a map and marked out a location before saying in a deep voice, "Bring some men over quickly and surround this place first. Don't let anyone go." Understood. The two protectors brought more than 10 fiend demons with them and shuttled through the forest with their movement techniques, charging at full speed. The black-robed young man sat on his carriage and headed in the direction idly. An hour later, the black-robed young man's group arrived at the destination in a grand manner while Protectors Shi and Cha rushed to his side. "Young master, nobody has left this place during this period of time." The two protectors exchanged glances, both of them could see the confusion in the other's eyes. Although they had surrounded the place, it was empty with a few hills. There weren't even any ghosts, let alone people. The black-robed young man stood up and surveyed his surroundings, frowning as well. His senses couldn't be wrong. The golden light and the spirit consciousness that scanned him definitely came from this area. How was there nothing here? Could that person have slipped off first after realizing something? That wouldn't make any sense. The black-robed young man's expression darkened. He did not express any hostility or killing intent when the unknown spirit consciousness scanned him. Could that person have been so cautious to flee right away? The black-robed young man's glabella shone and he spread his spirit consciousness in a radius of 500 meters. He scanned repeatedly and tried to seek for clues. Although Protectors Shi and Cha were expressionless as they stood upright with their hands by their side, both of them cursed internally. They had scanned the area a few times earlier on and there wasn't even an ant around, let alone a person. A moment later, the black-robed young man retracted his spirit consciousness and looked at the foot of a hill not far away. A mocking look flashed through his eyes as he said in a leisurely manner, "Come on out. Those visual concealment techniques won't work against me." There were hundreds of demon beasts gathered in the vicinity. All of them followed the black-robed young man's gaze but they saw nothing, only a barren hill. All of a sudden, the hill seemed to have turned into a water screen and ripples appeared. A few people came out in succession. One of them was tall with arms longer than his knees. He carried a rusty rod on his shoulders and had a prideful expression, as though he looked down on everything. One of them was tall, muscular and walked like a hooligan. His gaze revealed a boundless might as though he was the king of all beasts. The other two were peerlessly beautiful women. One of them held a fan and had a slender figure that was curvaceous. Her long legs were exceptionally striking. The other one wore a fiery red dress and looked extremely docile with delicate features. Her eyes sparkled like water and she was ravishing with a flawless complexion. However, she carried a gigantic pitch-black umbrella in her hands which looked extremely contrasting compared to her demeanor. Many demon beasts gasped and froze momentarily when they caught sight of the woman with the umbrella. She was way too beautiful. She was so beautiful that they lost their minds. The woman beside the black-robed young man was also an exceptional beauty in the Black Sand Ridge. However, she paled in comparison in front of this young woman. The black-robed young man's eyes lit up when he caught sight of the two women. However, the gaze of the woman beside him turned cold. Right then, another person walked out from the hill. This person wore green robes and had refined features. However, his hair was the color of blood and he looked extremely demonic. With his spirit consciousness, the black-robed young man had long determined that the 5 of them before him were low-level fiend demons. Furthermore, they seemed like they had only just turned into fiend demons. Under normal circumstances, 5 low-level fiend demons would not amount to much within the Black Sand Ridge. However, the black-robed young man frowned slightly. For some unknown reason, the 5 of them were way too calm. The 5 of them hid here and had nowhere to run after he saw through their concealment technique. Theoretically, they should be flustered and uneasy instead of being so calm. The gaze of the black-robed young man eventually settled on the young man with blood-red hair. Although this person was also a low-level fiend demon, the black-robed young man could not see through him. His spirit consciousness was blocked by an invisible barrier when it reached this person. He could not even see what the true form of this person was. The black-robed young man could roughly tell that this scarlet-haired young man should have been the one who scanned him with the spirit consciousness earlier on. The group of them were naturally Su Zimo, Monkey and the others. Su Zimo was sizing up the black-robed young man as the latter glared at him. He could naturally tell that this black-robed young man was the most troublesome to deal with among the hundreds of demon beasts. The reason why they were not surprised or panicked and they were discovered was because they had no intention to hide to begin with. Otherwise, Su Zimo would have led everyone else and left before the black-robed young man arrived. Although they were only in the Thousand Demon Valley for slightly more than 10 days, the changes in their bodies were way too great. All of them were spirit demons when they had just entered the Thousand Demon Valley. But now, all of them were fiend demons. At the start, they were hunted down by many demon beasts of Howling Moon Mountain and fled frantically with nowhere to settle down. But now, they were extremely calm despite the fact that they were surrounded by a group of demons. The biggest reason why they did not leave was because there was no need to. Monkey loved to fight. He had just become a fiend demon and refined his destiny dermic weapon. He was absolutely itching to fight. How could he leave without fighting someone to the end? The spirit tiger and the others were frustrated after being hunted down as well. Now that there were people who came knocking themselves, there was naturally no way they would cower in fear. Instead, their eyes shone with excitement and fervor. What great weather! It's been a long time since I've exercised. The spirit tiger cracked his neck and stretched. Audacious! Protector Sher's gaze burned brightly as he hollered, "Who are you guys? Why aren't you kneeling in the face of the young master of Black Sand Ridge?" "Pfft, young master, huh?" The spirit tiger pouted his lips in disdain and mocked, "How new? You might as well call me the young master of Black Tiger Ridge." Protector Sher was a pig that cultivated into a demon and his brains were on the slow side. He froze momentarily when he heard the spirit tiger's words and his heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself. Black Tiger Ridge? Why have I not heard of this territory before? Judging from his stance, it's likely that he comes from a powerful background. Chapter 807, Massive Battle. Chapter 807, Massive Battle. There were many overlords in Thousand Demon Valley and even more territorial lords of varying strength. Naturally, there were many territories such as Howling Moon Mountain and Black Sand Ridge as well. Protector Sher was dumb and was merely a pig demon of Black Sand Ridge. It was only logical if he had not heard of some of the territories. In his confusion, Monkey smirked and laughed. "I'm the young master of Black Ape Ridge. Haven't you heard of me before? Another one?" Protector Sher's heart skipped a beat. Ching Ching snickered. "I'm the young mistress of Black Crane Ridge. I'm from Black Fox Ridge." Little Fox mustered her courage and wanted to join in the fun. However, she was truly way too embarrassed to carry on and did not continue. She merely stuck her tongue out and acted cute. Su Zimo smiled. No matter how retarded Protector Sher was, he should be able to tell that Monkey and the others were mocking him. A series of laughter broke out from the crowd of demons around them. The black-robed young man was expressionless and remained silent. How dare you make fun of me? You must have a death wish. Protector Shi's face turned purplish and he was enraged. His flesh expanded and his entire figure swelled significantly. Although he was still in human form, a terrifying pig's head grew on his neck, it had sharp fangs and a torrential demonic aura. The eyes of the other demon beasts shone with violence and fervor as well, all of them were ready to rip the group of people into shreds with a single command from the black-robed young man. Suddenly, the black-robed young man said, I don't care which territory you are from, but I can tell you that this is the Black Sand Ridge. You have to obey the rules of Black Sand Ridge here. Foo-foo. Monkey smirked and revealed 2 rows of pearly whites. I don't care what kind of nonsensical rules you have. I was born to break rules. Apart from those 2 women, the rest of them. The black-robed young man paused briefly before uttering coldly, kill them. Ha! Protector Shi brought out a gigantic iron rake and his rotund, massive body soared into the air. He glared at the spirit tiger furiously and descended with a maddened roar. He hated the tiger for embarrassing him thoroughly and charged at the latter right away. Moo! Protector Cha hollered and reverted to his true form, he was a gigantic bull demon. He raised a pair of sharp horns and panted with steam out of his nostrils. His eyes were locked onto Monkey not far away as his hooves dodged the ground, creating dust clouds. Leave that foxy chick to me. The woman beside the black-robed young man and looked at Little Fox with evil intentions. Jealousy could be seen in her eyes as she licked her lips. The woman's tongue was extremely long and was forked. It was a snake woman. Don't harm her. The black-robed young man glared at the snake woman and warned, as though he could see through her intentions. Although the snake woman was indignant, she replied with a smile, Don't worry, young master. I'll discipline this lass properly for you. A few fiend demons wanted to fight for credit and charged towards Ching Ching and Su Zimo at the same time. The black-robed young man laid back on his carriage with an idle expression. It was clear he had no intention of making a move. Su Zimo followed suit and did not make a move either. Monkey and the others had just become fiend demons and were raring to fight. This was the best opportunity for them to get used to their newfound strengths as fiend demons. Su Zimo only had a single target, the black-robed young man. He could tell that although the black-robed young man did not look old, he was far from simple. There was a high chance that he was a mid-level fiend demon. On the other side, a huge battle had broken out. Protector Shi swung his rake heavily and created an arc in midair before smashing down towards the spirit tiger. The spirit tiger reverted to his true form and moved swiftly in a flash. Before the rake even landed, the spirit tiger was already in front of Protector Shi's chest. He reached out with his tiger claws and thrust forward. Protector Shi was alarmed. He had not expected the spirit tiger's counterattack to be this vicious. If his attack landed, he could smash the spirit tiger's head, but there was a chance that his life would be in danger as well. They would have to trade lives. It wasn't easy for me to get to the status of a protector. Why should I trade my life with yours? At that thought, Protector Shi released a tremendous amount of force and pulled back the momentum of his rake to switch tactics at the last moment. He swept the rake horizontally instead towards the spirit tiger with massive strength. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere when the spirit tiger's claws clashed against the rake. All of a sudden, electric currents surged through the spirit tiger's body and cruised through the point of contact between the tiger claws and the rake and entered Protector Shi's body. Groar! Protector Shi released a tragic cry and the pig hair on his body stood upright. He was fuming with black smoke and his flesh was charred. Hee. The spirit tiger made use of the momentum to lunge forward and thrust 10 claws viciously into Protector Shi's chest. Blood flashed. The 10 claws dug deep into Protector Shi's chest. Under normal circumstances, this would definitely be a severe injury for any demon beast. However, the spirit tiger felt his heart sink the moment his claws dug into Protector Shi's chest. The flesh of this pig demon was way too thick. Pig demons might not be strong in many things, but they had coarse skin and thick flesh. The spirit tiger's claws could not even reach the pig demon's organs after piercing in, let alone the latter's vitals. Go to hell. Protector Shi gave a menacing laugh and suddenly grabbed the spirit tiger's head with both arms. At the same time, he raised his head and a pair of sharp fangs on his lower jaw protruded upwards and pierced towards the spirit tiger's throat. The fights between demons were almost all melee combat fights that were the most dangerous and susceptible to instantaneous changes. A moment ago, the spirit tiger had the upper hand. In the blink of an eye, he was the one in danger. Before he could withdraw his claws that were dug into the enemy's chest, his body was locked and he had nowhere to escape from the incoming fangs. All of a sudden, the spirit tiger's heart skipped a beat and a searing pain tore through the bloodline between the gap in his knuckles. The sound of a sharp weapon tearing through flesh could be heard. Protector Shi's fangs were inches away from the spirit tiger's throat, but they froze on the spot motionlessly. The spirit tiger broke free of Protector Shi's grip and retreated backwards. Apart from 5 sharp claws on his palms, 2 more sharp daggers protruded from the gaps between his knuckles and they were filled with blood. These 4 tiger claws were extended earlier on and pierced into Protector Shi's chest. Protector Shi's eyes were widened as he lowered his head slowly to look at the blood oozing out of his chest. The life force within his body was draining rapidly as well. With a thud, he fell onto the ground and no longer breathed. The spirit tiger's heart raced after his close brush with death. However, there was no fear within his eyes, instead, they became even more fervent. Ha ha ha. He reared his head in laughter. I don't care if you're a protector, you'll still be slain by me all the same. On the other side, Protector Cha's hooves dug furiously as he raised his bull horns with a slumped head. Dust clouds flew everywhere his muscular, mighty body charged past. Even the ground quaked. This was one of the demonic arts of the bull race, the wild bull charge. At its full power and speed, it could even smash mountains. There was no low-level fiend demon that would dare to take it head-on. Monkey carried the iron rod on his shoulders and was indifferent towards the incoming bull demon. However, the scarlet glint in his eyes intensified. Chapter 808, Duels. Chapter 808, Duels. The gaze of the black-robed young man shifted as he looked at Monkey not far away, slightly roused. Among the protectors of Black Sand Ridge, Protector Cha's strength was only in the mid-tier. However, his wild bull charge was not something that many protectors could confront head-on. He did not believe that this monkey that had just become a fiend demon could take on Protector Cha's charge. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of the hooves were like thunder. Protector Cha sprinted the entire way and his force was at its limits when he closed into Monkey. Moo! He let out a maddened roar and thrust forward. Good timing. Finally, Monkey moved. He patted the tail end of Imminent and the entire rod suddenly bounced. Monkey gripped Imminent with both hands and swung his arms to smash down violently on the incoming bull head at the front. Imminent streaked through midair and created a series of afterimages. Bang! The 2 demon beasts clashed against one another. Immediately after, the jarring sound of bones cracking echoed. Right in front of everyone, Protector Cha's head was smashed into the ground by Monkey's rod and brain juices and blood splattered everywhere. Even his essence spirit was destroyed by Monkey's rod smash and he died on the spot. All the demons were in an uproar. None of them expected 2 protectors of Black Sand Ridge to die the instant they exchanged blows. Many demon beasts that were charging forward staggered in their tracks. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared one after another on Imminent and golden rays of light spilled out. The black-robed young man squinted his eyes and lamented to himself as he took a clear look. This should be the item that caused the momentary gold flash earlier on. Initially, only a single piece of rust fell off from Monkey's Imminent. But now, after the terrifying head-on confrontation with Protector Cha, more rust pieces fell off Imminent one after another and revealed the bedazzling golden rod beneath. Given the way it looked, anyone could tell that it was a rare treasure. Monkey Demon, don't get cocky now. The two of us will take care of you. Before the sentence was finished, two fiend demons charged over. Their bodies were massive but they were extremely agile. One of them was pitch black and the other was snow white. They were both bear demons. Both of them whipped out sabers that slashed down from the skies as they charged forward. The two bear demons had chemistry and moved in unison. It was clear that they were specialized in their combo attacks. The two sabers were not ordinary either, with two dermic patterns respectively. They were two middle-grade perfected Lord Dermic weapons. I don't care if you are bears or heroes, scram. Monkey whirled Imminent and smacked the two sabers left and right. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew and the clanging sounds from the two sabers echoed. Even middle-grade perfected Lord Dermic weapons could not withstand the power of Imminent. Monkey's bloodshot eyes swept across Imminent. When he found that there were no scratches, he could not help but rear his head in laughter, delighted. Ha ha ha! Great, great! What a great treasure! Follow me from now on and I promise you'll never be covered in dust ever again. The two bears were shocked upon losing their dermic weapons. The moment they charged forward, they wanted to retreat. There was no way Monkey would accord them that chance. Along with two tragic cries, two gigantic, swollen bodies were sent flying by Monkey's rod. They were half dead with their bones and tendons snapped by the time they landed on the ground. On the other side, the snake woman had already arrived beside Little Fox. Her eyes were flirtatious and she reached out to Little Fox's cheeks with her slender fingers as she said in a coquettish manner, "Young lass, your skin sure is smooth. Gosh, I'm envious. Come over and let me have a touch." The snake woman's charming smile was laced with a lethal killing intent. However, few people could notice it. In Black Sand Ridge, she was a renowned viper and many fiend demons died in her hands. She was far superior to Little Fox in terms of cultivation realm. However, her bewitchment techniques truly did not amount to much compared to Little Fox. Little Fox retreated half a step back with a calm expression and avoided the snake woman's incoming finger by a hair's breadth. A faint stench wafted over. There was a sinisterly green, thin needle between the fingers of the snake woman. If Little Fox allowed the snake woman to touch her on the cheeks earlier on, her face would have been ruined even if she did not die. The snake woman's viciousness was chilling. A furious look flashed through Little Fox's eyes as well as she thrust the pitch-black umbrella in her hands forward like a spear. It was extremely fast and instantaneous. After a year of training in the ancient battlefield, Little Fox had grown rapidly and was no longer cowardly or weak. "Fufu, the lass is angry, huh?" The snake woman jeered and floated in retreat, raising her palm gently. A green fluid splashed in Little Fox's direction. The expressions of many fiend demons changed when they caught sight of the green fluid. All of them retreated with wary looks on their faces, afraid that they might be implicated. The green fluid was the most toxic poison the snake woman possessed. A single touch would rot one's flesh into pus. The poison fluid was extremely powerful and could even destroy some dermic weapons with a single drop. Little Fox did not panic or fluster. She opened the pitch-black umbrella in her hands and it shielded her like the firmaments. The poison of the snake woman splashed onto the umbrella completely. There was no reaction. The frightening poison did not create even a single ripple when it splashed onto the umbrella. It vanished completely like a gigantic rock that fell into the ocean, as though the pitch-black umbrella had consumed it. The snake woman was secretly alarmed when she caught sight of the pitch-black umbrella not far away. The pitch-black umbrella resembled an endless abyss, and she felt as though her soul was about to be drawn in with a prolonged glance. The snake woman had a feeling that even she would be devoured whole if she fell into the pitch-black umbrella, let alone her poison. At the same time, Qing had already begun fighting with a few fiend demons. She reverted to her true form and her crane cried endlessly. She flapped her wings and shuttled through 5 fiend demons with her movement technique. It seemed as though she was trying to defend herself desperately. After all, she had only just become a low-level fiend demon and had not adapted to the power of a fiend demon completely. Qing's maneuvering space decreased continuously against the combined attacks of the 5 fiend demons. Demoness, surrender. Our young master will definitely take good care of you. A fiend demon said lustfully. All the demons roared into laughter. Qing's expression was cold and she spat out an intricate-looking feather fan with a single thought. It expanded along with the wind and swelled in midair. The fan was azure green and seemed like there were thin flames burning on it. The surrounding space was even contorting from the heat. The expressions of the demons changed. The azure green fan seemed extraordinary and gave off a scorching heat. Die. Qing's glabella shone and she injected the power of her essence spirit into the azure green fan before fanning it in the direction of the 5 fiend demons. Swoosh. A green ball of flames blazed up and engulfed the 5 fiend demons. Ah! 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 No matter how they struggled, the 5 fiend demons could not extinguish the flames on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of them were burned into ashes and the remaining white bones fell piece by piece from midair, fuming with green smoke. Pust! The group of demons gasped. What was that feather fan? How was it so strong? In the blink of an eye, a few fiend demons on the side of Black Sand Ridge were dead and they had suffered immense losses. Black Sand Ridge was losing in the duels of dermic powers after the fight broke out. The expression of the black-robed young man turned grimmer and he finally sat up on his carriage, as though he was prepared to make a move. All of a sudden, the black-robed young man sensed something. Not far away, 2 gazes were fixed on him in a threatening manner, resembling 2 sharp swords that were warning him. Chapter 809, Spirit Consciousness Clash. Chapter 809, Spirit Consciousness Clash. The black-robed young man turned around and caught sight of Su Zimo, who was not far away. A mocking look flashed through the eyes of the black-robed young man. Although he could not see through Su Zimo, he could sense that the latter had only just become a low-level fiend demon as well. To think that a low-level fiend demon would dare to threaten and warn him? Killing intent surged within the heart of the black-robed young man. Right when he was about to attack, he saw 3 fiend demons beside him charge over. The 3 fiend demons saw that Su Zimo had refined features and merely stood quietly behind Little Fox and Qing, empty-handed. As such, they thought that he was the easiest to deal with. How weak are you to have to hide behind 2 women? I'll see how long more you can hide. A fiend demon gripped an iron spear and hollered. The blood chi of the fiend demon surged and dermic powers rumbled from his spear. He glared at Su Zimo's face and thrust his spear forward. Su Zimo remained motionless with his hands behind his back, as though he was scared stiff. A violent glint flashed through the eyes of the fiend demon and he could not help but smirk. He could visualize the sight of Su Zimo's heart penetrated by his spear. His blood could not help but pump excitedly. A cold glint closed in rapidly. Su Zimo did not even blink, as though he had not seen it at all. Just as the cold glint was less than an inch away from his face, Su Zimo suddenly made a move and grabbed the spear at lightning speed. His fingers gripped the spear firmly like iron hoops. The smile on the fiend demon's face froze. It was too fast. He could not even see how or when Su Zimo made his move. By the time he reacted to it, the spear in his hands could no longer push further. Not only that, his spear could not budge from Su Zimo's palm no matter how much strength he exerted. Right then, Su Zimo spoke. His voice was calm and emotionless. Indeed, I'm weak. However, I'm strong enough to kill you. Before Su Zimo finished his sentence, his palm went limp and slapped the spear with a coil and a tremble. The spear swiveled at a high speed. The fiend demon could not maintain his grip on the spear and let go by instinct. Ah! He shrieked and the flesh on both his palms were ripped. Before he could react, an overwhelming burst smashed onto his chest and sent him flying. His body was repelled uncontrollably as he flew back and zoomed past trees on both sides of him. Bang! Finally, he smashed against an ancient tree and his body came to a stop with leaves falling endlessly before him. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain spreading from his chest. Instinctively, he looked down. There was a long, cold spear stuck in his chest. It was his own spear. His chest was pierced by his own spear and blood gushed everywhere. How could this be? The light in his eyes gradually dimmed and his head slumped down with fresh blood oozing from his mouth. The black-robed young man narrowed his eyes. The exchange between the two of them lasted less than a single round and the fiend demon died before it could even react. However, the black-robed young man saw everything clearly. The spear did not merely pierce the fiend demon, Su Zimo snatched it over and flung in reverse, pinning the fiend demon to an ancient tree with the spear through its chest. Although the entire process seemed simple, the black-robed young man knew that it required terrifying burst power, immense combat talent and experience as well as fearless courage to be able to react with such ease. The counterattack would have failed without any of those qualities. Even if he was the one in the same position, he might not have been able to react the same way. Before the black-robed young man finished his thought, the two other fiend demons that charged toward Su Zimo arrived. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo's figure flashed and he did not advance nor retreat. He cut before the two fiend demons and attacked left and right, punching with a frightening strength. The two fiend demons were sent flying and by the time they landed on the ground, they were corpses. It was clean and precise. The change to Su Zimo's bloodline and body through the two essence spirits he gained upon advancing to the nascent soul realm was unimaginable. Although he was only at early stage nascent soul, none of those ordinary low-level fiend demons could pose any trouble to him. The black-robed young man soared into the air and lunged toward Su Zimo immediately. Swoosh! Suddenly, a tremendous energy fluctuation spread from midair. Heaven and earth shook with a rampant might and every single fiend demon present felt shudders. Void Reversion Realm. That was a power that could only be released at the Void Reversion Realm. It was an attack of the spirit consciousnesses. Be it nascent souls or low-level fiend demons, both had already cultivated essence spirits. The existence of an essence spirit naturally meant that spirit consciousness would be present. However, for nascent souls and low-level fiend demons, their spirit consciousnesses can only be used for detection purposes and aren't strong enough to launch attacks. Only essence spirits of void reversions or mid-level fiend demons are able to materialize and launch attacks. The black-robed young man, who was the young master of Black Sand Ridge, was a mid-level fiend demon. An attack from the spirit consciousness was a killing move targeted at one's essence spirit and was extremely dangerous. If one failed to defend against it, their essence spirits would be severely damaged and they would die on the spot. Even deities wouldn't be able to survive. The powerful fluctuation of the spirit consciousness spread through the air like clouds with a scorching heat as it rippled toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo's expression changed. His spirit perception was alarmed and he felt chills before the attack arrived. The scarlet-haired Een spirit that was in the middle of the spirit platform was created from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Although it was strong, it was only an early-stage Yin spirit and was not at the level where it could launch a spirit consciousness attack. It was the same for the black-haired essence spirit. Su Zimo was rather helpless against the spirit consciousness attack of the black-robed young man. That was the reason why mid-level fiend demons could suppress low-level fiend demons. Superior dermic power was not the only reason. A single spirit consciousness attack could suppress all low-level fiend demons. Su Zimo had just advanced to the nascent soul realm and was unfamiliar with the means of combat at this level. How could he deal with something that was at an even higher level, the void reversion realm? The black-robed young man stood in the air and crossed his arms with a smirk. To him, that attack alone was enough to kill Su Zimo. The overwhelming spirit consciousness surged over. Su Zimo had nowhere to run. If he allowed the black-robed young man's spirit consciousness to charge into his spirit platform, his spirit consciousness would definitely be severely injured. All of a sudden, a flash of inspiration crossed Su Zimo's mind. The scarlet-haired Yin spirit that was in the middle of the spirit platform rose all of a sudden. The black-haired essence spirit that was initially in a corner rose at the same time. Both essence spirits advanced towards one another swiftly and fused together. Su Zimo's essence spirits were each created from a part of his soul to begin with. They naturally faced no difficulties fusing together now. A brand new essence spirit appeared on the spirit platform. The hair of this essence spirit was split between red and black, and it had a bloodshot left eye and a pitch-black right eye. Although it was in the shape of an infant, it had a cold expression that was unmatched. It gave off an unprecedented dominance that overlooked the rest of the world. The power of the essence spirit exploded with their fusion. Naturally, the spirit consciousness became incomparably vast and formed an ocean that surged with raging tides in the spirit platform. This brand new essence spirit released a roar from the middle of the spirit platform. Boom! Su Zimo's glabella shone and released an incomparably frightening spirit consciousness shockwave that smashed violently onto the incoming spirit consciousness. Chapter 810, Suppression. Chapter 810, Suppression. Boom! The two spirit consciousnesses clashed against one another violently and released an earth-shaking explosion. Shockwaves rippled layer by layer and spread through the voids. The ancient trees in the surroundings were snapped when the shockwaves swept past them. The black-robed young man initially had a relaxed expression with his arms crossed as he awaited Su Zimo's demise. To think that he would meet with such an impact. Caught off guard, he was swept away by a tremendous force and flipped a few times in midair, almost falling over. Su Zimo staggered a few steps in retreat before coming to a stop as well. Both of them were evenly matched in this spirit consciousness clash. All the demons were in an uproar. Be it demonic or human cultivators, everyone had the same knowledge that low-level fiend demons could not release spirit consciousness attacks. The essence spirits of low-level fiend demons were the most fragile. Once out of the body, they perished with ease when exposed to the elements. The strength of the spirit consciousness released by a weak essence spirit of that level was limited and could not launch attacks. However, the scene witnessed by the group of demons right now had surpassed their understanding. The black-robed young man was momentarily stunned with a shocked expression. How was that possible? How could the spirit consciousness of a low-level fiend demon be this strong? He was a mid-level fiend demon. He was a full major cultivation realm above the other party. However, this person could match him in a spirit consciousness clash. In reality, the black-robed young man did not know that Su Zimo's essence spirit, body and bloodline had not been completely transformed with dermic powers just yet, since he had just advanced to the nascent soul realm. In other words, Su Zimo was not even considered a proper early-stage nascent soul just yet. Once Su Zimo's cultivation realm was stabilized after a period of time and he refined both his essence spirits using the Yin Spirit Section, Purple Thunder Manual and Great Day Rulai Sutra, the black-robed young man would be severely injured with just a single clash of their spirit consciousnesses. Interesting. The black-robed young man composed himself swiftly after the shock as he glared at Su Zimo with a burning gaze. Let me see just what secrets your body holds. I don't think you'll be alive to do that. Su Zimo sneered and arrived before the black-robed young man in a flash. He reached out with his massive palm and smashed down onto the latter's head. You must have a death wish. The black-robed young man narrowed his gaze and did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he punched toward Su Zimo's incoming palm. Right before the fist and palm made contact, the black-robed young man smirked with a delighted expression. He flipped his palm and a cold glint flashed, a black spike that was 3 inches long appeared. The moment the black spike appeared, there was a nauseating stench. It was laced with poison. His move was extremely sudden. The black-robed young man felt that Su Zimo's death was certain. Even mid-level fiend demons would be doomed if they were struck by his black spike. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo's expression did not change, as though he had realized it earlier on. The cicada senses autumn coming before the wind even starts to blow. Su Zimo had long detected danger through his spirit perception. The instant the black spike protruded, he switched tactics and flicked his finger instead. His metallic fingernail was the one that smashed against the black spike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard from the clash. The black-robed young man shuddered and the black spike nearly flew from his grip. Pust! What tremendous strength! The black-robed young man was startled. The power of that single finger flick almost sent his black spike flying. If that palm strike had landed, his head might have been split into pieces. Crack! 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 The black-robed young man was decisive and the sound of tendons and bones stretching echoed from within his body immediately. Demonic chi surged as he transformed into a scorpion that was the size of a cow in midair. Finally, the black-robed young man had revealed his true form at this point of the battle. He was a scorpion that had cultivated into a demon. This scorpion was pitch black and covered by a layer of shiny, metallic armor that looked to be invulnerable and tough. The surface of the armor was even lined with dense, thick fur that was laced with poison so that nobody could attack him. Of course, the most striking things were a gigantic pair of pincers at the front of the black scorpion that were nearly a third of his size. The pincers released clanging sounds as they opened and closed. No matter the physique, anybody would be cut into two if they were caught in those pincers. Now that the black-robed young man had reverted to his true form, he was at the peak of his combat strength. Reveal your true form and let me take a look at what you are, or you won't get the chance to anymore. The black-robed young man glared at Su Zimo and sneered. Su Zimo reared his head in laughter and wagged his finger. Why do I even need my true form to kill you? Brazen. The black-robed young man was enraged and charged over with his pitch-black, gigantic pincers flailing wildly. A nauseating stench surged over. The two pincers danced in midair and chopped down continuously. However, Su Zimo's movement technique was agile and the consecutive attacks of the pincers missed completely. The clanging sounds could be heard echoing endlessly. The pair of pincers could be used interchangeably as scissors or axes. Despite his failed attacks for a long time, the black-robed young man was neither discouraged nor anxious. He had a cold gaze, as though he was waiting for an opportunity. After Su Zimo avoided the pair of pincers once again, a dark streak of light flashed in midair. It arrived instantly. A nauseating stench surged over. Some of the demon beasts that were closer felt dizzy and collapsed onto the ground limply after smelling the stench. A dark color gradually spread through their skin. That was the killing move of the scorpion race. Scorpions were laced with poison from head to toe and their tails were the most toxic. The streak of dark light was the black-robed young man's tail. The black-robed young man was scheming and hid his tail from the start. He was only trying to paralyze Su Zimo with his previous attacks. This was his lethal blow. However, the black-robed young man could not spot anything unusual on Su Zimo's face, as though the latter was completely unaffected by the aura of his tail's poison. There was no way the black-robed young man could know that Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, possessed tsunami blood and flowed with the bloodline of the dragon race within his body. The poisonous gas could not even close into him with a slight circulation of his blood qi. Su Zimo could withstand even more toxic poison, let alone the poison of this scorpion tail. Suddenly, Su Zimo's gaze focused and he reached out, avoiding the poison sting on the scorpion's tail by a hair's breadth and gripping the root of the tail. The poison sting on the tail was the sharpest part of a scorpion's body. Many scorpion demons would refine their own tails as their destiny-dermic weapons. Su Zimo avoided the poison sting of the tail and gripped the tail at the base. With a jerk of his arm, he caused a tremendous amount of force to surge into the black-robed young man's body. The strength of the black-robed young man dissipated momentarily and he could not react right away. Su Zimo did not give him any chance to breathe and gripped the scorpion tail. He swung his arm in a huge arc and slammed the black-robed young man's body violently onto the ground. Boom! There was a deafening sound. A massive crater was formed on the ground as mud and soil flew everywhere. Ah! Ugh! Tragic cries sounded from the black-robed young man's mouth. He felt as though his body had been split apart. Even his organs have shifted positions. The black-robed young man coughed blood through the damage to his organs and he was in so much pain that he almost fainted over. Chapter 8:11, Essence Spirit Exit. Chapter 8:11, Essence Spirit Exit. Although the black-robed young man had also been through many battles up till this point of his cultivation, he was the esteemed young master of Black Sand Ridge after all and mostly escaped unscathed. At the very least, no demon in Black Sand Ridge would be foolish enough to provoke him. Furthermore, he broke through a few years ago and cultivated to become a mid-level fiend demon. Indeed, his pride was not unwarranted. Even without the protection of the Black Sand Ridge territorial lord, he would have been a somebody in the territories in the area as well. To think that he would end up in such a tragic state in his first battle as a mid-level fiend demon. The thing he could not accept was that he was defeated by a low-level fiend demon. How was that possible? Although the black-robed young man's bones and tendons were almost snapped and his mind was in a mess, he could not figure it out still. Even a pure-blooded ferocious beast might not be able to kill him with their major cultivation realm difference. What was the background of this man? How could a low-level fiend demon release a spirit consciousness attack? Countless doubts crossed the proud black-robed young man's mind. He must be hiding some secrets. It must either be some rare treasure or a powerful secret skill. If I can kill him and steal his treasure or secret skill, my strength will definitely explode. The black-robed young man initially harbored thoughts of retreating. However, his greed took over him with those thoughts. Riches were gained in treacherous situations. No matter what, he was a mid-level fiend demon and he could still fight. There might be a chance for him to secure victory despite his disadvantage given his superior cultivation realm. If he missed this opportunity right now, it would be too difficult to capture these 5 people if they were to head to other territories in the future. At that thought, the black-robed young man took a deep breath and consumed some spirit herbs. His glabella shone and he channeled his essence spirit, gathering dermic power continuously. Black Sand Eclipse. The black-robed young man roared with bloodshot eyes without even turning back. Many Black Sand Ridge demon beasts that were initially fighting against Monkey and the others were shocked when they heard that. All of them bolted in retreat with wary expressions, wanting nothing more than to get away. Right as Su Zimo was about to advance and kill the black-robed young man, he felt a wild wind roar in his surroundings as black sand flew towards him. Instantly, the entire world went dark. It was as though the sun had been devoured. Black Sand Eclipse was the ultimate technique that brought the Black Sand Ridge territorial lord to fame. Every single speck of black sand contained the poison of the scorpion race as well as tremendous dermic powers. It was incomparably powerful and would grind away one's skin and bones. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He could feel sharp pains each time a speck of black sand struck his body. It was not obvious and he could endure it still. His body had turned even more frightening after his advancement to the nascent soul realm. When his blood chi surged, even ordinary dermic weapons might not be able to hurt him. However, eyes were the most fragile and could not withstand the attack of the black sand. Instinctively, Su Zimo closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, his heart skipped a beat. The wild winds gusted and black sand blanketed the skies. Suddenly, he discovered that the black sand was not only offensive and powerful, it could even isolate his five senses. Even his spirit perception felt delayed and fuzzy against the envelopment of the black sand. Although he could still sense danger, he could not determine its exact location. Although Su Zimo was surprised, the black-robed young man was shocked. If it was any other mid-level fiend demon, they would have been doomed if they were shrouded by this black sandstorm. Most of them would become dried corpses within several dozen breaths. He had not expected Su Zimo to be able to withstand the attack of black sand eclipse with his bare body. The black sand washed Su Zimo's body continuously and his green robes were already riddled with holes. However, his skin underneath was completely fine. The black-robed young man grit his teeth with a sharp gaze and channeled his essence spirit continuously to imbue even more dermic power. He believed that Su Zimo had no means of escaping the envelopment of the black sand. No matter what, he was bound to win. All of a sudden, a beam of light flashed in the black sand. The black-robed young man widened his eyes and watched everything in disbelief. Su Zimo had opened one of his eyes within the black sand. The light came from his right eye. It intensified and grew increasingly bright. It was like a blazing sun. Although the black sand was strong with boundless dermic powers, it could not devour that blazing sun. It was like the eye of a divine being. It was cold and authoritative. This is. The black-robed young man's scalp prickles and he felt chills down his spine as he suddenly shrieked, "Visual technique!" A bedazzling light column surged through the black sand and tore through the voids, illuminating the world like it was day. Light had returned. Boom! The light column tore through the black sand instantly and struck the black-robed young man viciously. It tore through the back armor of his scorpion body and penetrated his chest. However, not much blood flowed out of the massive bowl-sized wound. It was cauterized from the burn. Illumination Eye, a secret skill of the dragon race. Although the black sand was strong, it could no longer block Su Zimo's vision. Su Zimo located the black-robed young man's position and injured the latter severely with an instantaneous attack. The black sand dispersed. This time round, Su Zimo did not accord the black-robed young man any chance to even take a breath. He charged forward in huge strides and stomped onto the back of the black-robed young man heavily. Snap! The black armor on his back shattered. That single stomp crushed the spine of the black-robed young man. Boom! Su Zimo leaned in and punched the black-robed young man viciously on the head. The head exploded and red and white fluid splashed onto the ground. The black-robed young man was dead. Su Zimo stood up, frowning slightly. Although he had killed the black-robed young man with overwhelming means, he felt something odd in his mind, as though something was amiss. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt as though someone was peeping on him. He spun around with a bright gaze and glared in the opposite direction. In the depths of the forest, a pitch-black scorpion the size of a thumb hovered in midair. It gave off a faint glow and possessed a menacing expression with a venomous gaze. The pitch-black scorpion looked exactly the same as the black-robed young man who had just died. He froze momentarily and was instantly enlightened. The thumb-sized, pitch-black scorpion that glowed softly should be the essence spirit of the black-robed young man. At the Void Reversion realm, when one was a mid-level fiend demon, the essence spirit could break free from the shackles of the physical body. It no longer feared the scorching heat nor cyclones and could roam the world freely while crossing boundless distance. This was the realm where the essence spirit was described to be able to exit from one's body. As long as the essence spirit was not dead, a cultivator won't die even if his physical body was destroyed. Given the opportunity, an essence spirit at the Void Reversion realm can even assimilate the body of another person and be reborn in another method. Of course, no matter who it was, even if they possessed boundless dermic powers, they could not assimilate others limitlessly. Moreover, assimilation was extremely dangerous and there were a lot of restrictions. Simply put, every person merely had a single assimilation attempt. Even so, it was a frightening prospect. It was equivalent to an additional life. The black-robed young man was impressive as well. When he realized that there was no hope for his physical body, he was decisive and gave up on his body instantly to escape with his essence spirit. This was the first time that Su Zimo had an actual fight with an expert at the level of a mid-level fiend demon. He was unfamiliar with their methods, and that was the reason why he made the mistake of allowing the black-robed young man's essence spirit to escape. Chapter 8:12, Target, Howling Moon Mountain. Chapter 8:12, Target, Howling Moon Mountain. The black-robed young man had a vengeful gaze as he looked at Su Zimo. He then turned to leave and vanished into the depths of the forest. A deep feud was sowed for the destruction of his physical body. Su Zimo knew that things would definitely not end peacefully after he saw the black-robed young man's gaze. Right now, the simplest method for Su Zimo was to chase and destroy the black-robed young man's essence spirit in order to get rid of future troubles. However, the black-robed young man was a step earlier and the two of them were too far apart. Furthermore, this was the Black Sand Ridge and Su Zimo was extremely foreign to this place. He did not manage to chase far before he lost track of the black-robed young man. After exiting from the body, the essence spirit was no longer bound by the shackles of the physical body and could move thousands of kilometers instantly at an extremely fast speed. Even if Su Zimo knew where the black-robed young man was, it would be difficult for him to catch up unless he released Blood Escape. Furthermore, the black-robed young man was the young master of Black Sand Ridge and had a noble status. Many fiend demons must have been alerted to the massive battle that broke out here. If he continued his pursuit, he might find himself embroiled in difficult battles. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo gave up on his pursuit and retreated. He was not going to commit the same mistake against another mid-level fiend demon the next time with this experience. By the time Su Zimo returned, the battle had already ended. Even as a mid-level fiend demon, the black-robed young man nearly died and he ended up in the tragic state where his physical body was destroyed. When the other demon beasts saw that, they did not linger at all and fled everywhere. Only corpses were left lying around the forest. During that short period of time, more than 100 demon beasts had died. Monkey, the spirit tiger and Ching Ching were all excited. Ever since they entered the Thousand Demon Valley, they had been hunted down by the demon beasts of Howling Moon Mountain. Finally, they were able to vent their frustrations that had built up. Even Little Fox could not conceal the joy in her eyes as she gripped her beloved pitch-black umbrella tightly. Great! That was great! The spirit tiger grinned and thumped his chest while declaring loudly, "Bloody hell, we'll see who has the guts to hunt us down from this day forth. Anyone that comes is going to be sent right back by us." The five of them exchanged glances and smiled. All of them knew that they would no longer have to flee for their lives from that moment on. Little Fox put away the pitch-black umbrella in her storage bag and turned to ask, "Young master, where are we headed to next?" Demon beasts could utilize dermic powers after cultivating essence spirits. They could also make use of a storage bag created with dermic powers that was extremely convenient. Of course, some fiend demons would choose to hide their weapons in their bodies, mouths or minds. The spirit tiger raised his fist and declared loudly, "We should naturally look for a territory and become territorial lords ourselves. How great is it to become territorial lords where we can rule over thousands of demons and look all awesome." "That's right." Monkey nodded in agreement. Every other moment, he had thoughts of being a king. Ching Ching smiled at the spirit tiger and asked, "Also, when you become a territorial lord, there will be a lot of demonesses that will accompany you, right?" "That's right." The spirit tiger fantasized with an intoxicated expression and almost drooled. The moment he spoke, he sensed a killing intent and jerked out of his stupor. "I mean, no way." He said in a self-righteous manner, "I am a decent gentleman that pays no attention the secular desires posed by demonesses." The spirit tiger smacked his lips and closed into Ching Ching with a pandering smile. "All I need is you to accompany me, Ching Ching. Get lost." Ching Ching extended her long leg and sent the spirit tiger flying right away. Little Fox furrowed her brows slightly and said in a soft voice, "However, we've only just broken through and are only low-level fiend demons. We have to be at least mid-level fiend demons in order to be territorial lords." "That means nothing." The spirit tiger scurried back from a distance and said, "That black scorpion was a mid-level fiend demon as well, but he got his ass handed to him by first. He even had to leave his body behind and escape with his essence spirit." Ching Ching nodded as well. "First should definitely be able to become a territorial lord in terms of strength. Even if he can't match the stronger territorial lords, he is on par with the weaker ones. However, where are we going to find a spare territory?" Little Fox shook her head. "This is the Thousand Demon Valley and all territories, large or small, must have been occupied by demons a long time ago. It's simple." A blood glint flashed through Monkey's eyes as he smacked his lips. "We'll find a territory and the 5 of us will attack together to suppress the territorial lord. Once that is done, which of the remaining demons will dare to go against us?" Monkey loved to fight and was always restless. Even if nobody provoked him, he would ponder about where he could head to for a fight. "Isn't it bad if we snatch the territory of others?" Little Fox blinked and asked weakly. "Foxy, you haven't lived in the world of demons before." The spirit tiger waved it off. "Over here, it's survival of the fittest and there's no morals involved. The stronger party will always live on and have a good life." Little Fox seemed to be in deep thoughts. They had not provoked anyone intentionally ever since they entered the Thousand Demon Valley. However, they were bullied twice in succession by others, all because they were too weak. Monkey added, "There's no use enduring and living an ignoble existence if you want to survive among demons. Everything here has to be fought for with your fists." Little Fox nodded. "Alright, I'll listen to you guys." Su Zimo's mind was decided, although he made no comments the entire time. Be it him, Monkey or the spirit tiger, they were not going to bow down to others, they definitely had to occupy a territory of their own. Ching Ching mulled. "We're not familiar with this place since we're new to the Thousand Demon Valley. Which territory should we occupy?" It was an important question to consider. If they made the wrong choice and met with a wall, the 5 of them might pay with their lives even before they oust the current territorial lord. Everyone turned to Su Zimo. Slowly, he said, "Let's go to Howling Moon Mountain." The eyes of Monkey and the spirit tiger lit up. "That's right." The spirit tiger slapped his head. "I almost forgot about that place. Those bunch of asses from Howling Moon Mountain chased us through mountains, ridges, hills and rivers for dozens of days. We've got to make them pay for that." Su Zimo took out the map the rat passed them. The area occupied by Howling Moon Mountain is the smallest in the vicinity. According to logic, it should mean that the territorial lord is the weakest. This is it. Monkey agreed as well. The spirit tiger was excited and made a fuss. "Let's go right now," Su Zimo said deeply, "don't rush it. We'll infiltrate Howling Moon Mountain and continue to cultivate there for a period of time to stabilize our cultivation realms. It would be best if we can find out more about the situation of Howling Moon Mountain before making further plans." Su Zimo knew that it was not going to be simple to take down a territory. There were only 5 of them. They would face immense difficulties if they tried to do it forcefully. Furthermore, Monkey and the others had already refined their destiny dermic weapons. However, he had not had time to refine his creation Green Lotus. Once his cultivation realm was stable, his essence spirit, body and bloodline received a complete boost through dermic powers and he refined the creation Green Lotus, his strength would definitely grow to the next level. That way, they would stand a much higher chance of taking down Howling Moon Mountain. "Go, let's leave this place first." Su Zimo pondered for a moment before waving. This was the territory of Black Sand Ridge and the young master had just received serious injuries and even nearly died. It won't be long before experts came knocking. Chapter 813, Night Travels. Chapter 813, Night Travels. There was almost no peace in Howling Moon Mountain for the past month. The death of several hundred spirit demons and 2 of the 7 protectors was a major event. It was said that the demons that died were killed by demons that came from the ancient battlefield. Furthermore, there were only 5 of them and they were all spirit demons. During this period of time, every single demon in Howling Moon Mountain searched for the 5 of them and almost turned the entire place over but to no avail. The demons realized that the 5 of them should have already escaped. Even if they were hiding in Howling Moon Mountain previously, they must have escaped from fear after they were hunted down on such a massive scale. Nobody noticed that this day, 5 fiend demons in human form had swaggered their way into the territory of Howling Moon Mountain. These 5 fiend demons were none other than Su Zimos who were being targeted right now. "Heh, puny demons of Howling Moon Mountain, Hubatian is back." The spirit tiger grinned. Ching Ching said, "I'm sure the demons of Howling Moon Mountain will never expect us to dare to return." Su Zimo smiled. "It doesn't matter even if they've expected us to. They can't recognize us." A few spirit demons appeared in the vicinity. However, none of them acted unusually when they saw Su Zimo's group. Instead, they avoided the group with respectful expressions. As the 5 of them passed through the forest, the sound of crickets echoed. However, all of them looked composed. Previously, they had nowhere to run because of those seemingly unassuming crickets. Now, none of those crickets posed any threat to them. After Su Zimo's group cultivated to become fiend demons, they could take on human forms without any signs of their demon roots. Although they could already take on human forms at the Golden Core realm, they would exude demonic chi and exhibit certain demon traits. For example, Monkey could not hide his long fur, the spirit tiger had the head of a tiger and the body of a human, Little Fox's tail would pop out from time to time. Now, even if other fiend demons were here, they would not be able to recognize the 5 of them, let alone these ordinary crickets. Only experts that surpassed them in cultivation realm would be able to see through them. Su Zimo had red hair and the muscles on his face squirmed to readjust themselves, he looked like a completely different person. "Let's go and find a place to settle down and cultivate for a period of time to stabilize our cultivation realms." Su Zimo brought Monkey and the others into the depths of the forest and disappeared before long. A month later. A round moon shone brightly late at night. The clear moonlight spilled onto the lake's surface that resembled a mirror. The lake water was so clear that its bottom could be seen, it looked like there was a divine dragon that was swimming in the waters. A gentle breeze blew past and the moonlight rippled. The divine dragon vanished and a figure was reflected. On a stone slab beside the lake, a scarlet-haired man bathed in the moonlight and devoured heaven and earth. Every breath he took caused his body to echo with the sound of tsunamis. Rich demonic chi spewed out from his mouth and seemed to take on the shape of a divine dragon in midair. It circled once before it was sucked in by his nose again. The cycle repeated itself continuously. The aura around the man became increasingly frightening and he emanated a boundless might. All the demons in the vicinity had avoided the place a long time ago. The sound of the crickets had vanished entirely. The scarlet-haired man was none other than Su Zimo. They had returned to Howling Moon Mountain and cultivated for a month. During this period of time, Su Zimo's cultivation realm had stabilized. The augmentation to his essence spirit, bloodline and body using dermic power was complete as well. Right now, Su Zimo was much stronger than he was a month ago. Even if he met with the young master of Black Sand Ridge's Black Sand Eclipse once again, he could dispel it without using Illumination Eye. Su Zimo had benefited immensely for the past month. The scarlet-haired Een spirit cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. The black-haired essence spirit cultivated the Purple Thunder Manual and Great Day Rulai Sutra and was in a great condition. However, nothing happened to the Creation Green Lotus. Su Zimo was not discouraged. Legend has it that the Creation Green Lotus was an item of the immortal world that was incomparably strong. It would be unusual if it was repaired that easily. He took out a stalk of soul-nourishing blood ginseng and consumed it to continue with his cultivation. The black-haired essence spirit sat on the antiquated Creation Green Lotus on the spirit platform and a faint halo appeared behind his head that shone with a divine, flawless glow. From time to time, a purple streak of lightning would clash past with a sizzling sound. The scarlet-haired Een spirit hovered in midair within the spirit consciousness. As time passed by, the skin of the scarlet-haired Een spirit became coarse and eventually, fiery red scales appeared one after another. They resembled metal plates that were burned bright red. The scales resembled those that grew on Su Zimo's body during his dragonification. However, the scales were created from his spirit consciousness and were embedded on his essence spirit. Right then, something crossed Su Zimo's mind. There was the saying of reverting the spirit to the void. When cultivated to the void reversion realm, the essence spirit could exit one's body and roam the world freely, traveling 1,000 kilometers in an instant. Under normal circumstances, neither the Een spirit or the essence spirit of the nascent soul could achieve that. But now, a bold thought crossed Su Zimo's mind as he sensed the scales on the body of the scarlet-haired Een spirit. With a thought, Su Zimo directed the black-haired essence spirit out of the spirit consciousness and the body. The moment it left his body, the black-haired essence spirit shivered. Although the temperature outside was normal, it was way too cold for the black-haired essence spirit to endure. Shoo! The black-haired essence spirit returned to the spirit consciousness hurriedly and continued to cultivate. This time round, Su Zimo directed the scarlet-haired Een spirit carefully out of the spirit consciousness. It was all right. When the scarlet-haired Een spirit with scales left the body, it did not feel uncomfortable. Su Zimo was delighted, but he did not dare to be careless. Be it the Een spirit or the essence spirit of the nascent soul, the true threat they faced were the natural elements of the weather. The elements were unavoidable if the essence spirits wanted to roam the world. Before that thought was completed, a cold gust of wind blew past. Su Zimo grit his teeth. However, the scarlet-haired Een spirit did not return and stayed outside his body. The scarlet-haired Een spirit remained motionless against the cold wind. It was not damaged at all with the protection of the scales. Su Zimo was elated. If he was not wrong, those scales were dragon scales of the spirit consciousness that he had cultivated from the Een spirit section. Gradually, Su Zimo became even bolder. The scarlet-haired Een spirit shuttled through midair at an extremely fast speed and left streaks of red light. It was roaming the world freely and could cross 1,000 kilometers in an instant. This was originally something that could only be achieved by a void reversion's essence spirit. However, Su Zimo was able to do it by cultivating the Yin Spirit section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. The scarlet-haired Yin Spirit stood in midair and stared at its own body on the stone slab. It was looking at itself. It was a mysterious sensation. It was even more direct than the introspection of a spirit consciousness. Furthermore, the scarlet-haired Yin Spirit could roam the world, and its detection radius was even wider than the spirit consciousness. Excited, Su Zimo decided to travel around Howling Moon Mountain at night using the scarlet-haired Yin Spirit. When an essence spirit leaves the body, the spirit consciousness would be left empty. This would mean that the body would become an empty shell without soul or consciousness. Even if the physical body met with danger, it would not know how to defend or dodge. Therefore, before leaving with one's essence spirit, cultivators would ensure that their bodies were hidden in secluded locations so that their foes could not find them. However, this was something Su Zimo wasn't worried about. Even with the departure of his scarlet-haired Yin Spirit, there was another essence spirit in his spirit consciousness. Chapter 8:14, Essence Spirit Secret Skill. Chapter 8:14, Essence Spirit Secret Skill. The scarlet-haired Yin Spirit hovered in midair without any weight. Su Zimo leaped down from the stone slab and walked towards a cave not far away. The black-haired essence spirit controlled his body and hid in the cave temporarily. That could potentially save him from some trouble. The black-haired essence spirit continued to cultivate while the scarlet-haired Yin Spirit vanished in a flash, headed towards the depths of Howling Moon Mountain. Without the shackles of the physical body, the essence spirit was closer connected to heaven and earth. It faced significantly less resistance traveling through the air and was extremely fast, moving 1,000 km instantly. In reality, if Su Zimo wanted to explore the territory of Howling Moon Mountain himself, he would require at least 3 days and nights. However, with the speed of the scarlet-haired Yin Spirit, he could check out Howling Moon Mountain entirely with a single night. Shadows of trees passed by him in a fleeting manner. With the protection of the dragon scales, the scarlet-haired Yin Spirit shuttled through the forest freely and roamed the world with an indescribable freedom. Su Zimo followed the map in his hands and gradually closed into the center of Howling Moon Mountain. That was the resting ground of the Howling Moon Mountain Territorial Lord. Under normal circumstances, be it the Yin Spirit or a nascent soul realm essence spirit, neither were strong enough to carry physical objects. The Yin Spirit could not even lift something as light as a goose feather, let alone this map. However, with the dragon scales, the scarlet-haired Yin Spirit could lift light objects such as the map of Howling Moon Mountain. Su Zimo was shocked. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness was truly strong. Although the black-haired essence spirit cultivated the Purple Thunder Manual and Great Day Rulai Sutra, 2 top-tier cultivation techniques of the Immortal and Buddhist Daos, it could not roam the world, let alone lift physical objects. However, the Yin Spirit section from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness alone could achieve it. The Yin Spirit section came from the Ocean Dragon King. In other words, even the dragon race of Tianhuang mainland might not be able to surpass Su Zimo's in terms of their spirit refinement legacy. 2 hours later, Su Zimo was close to the core of Howling Moon Mountain. In order to avoid detection, the speed of the scarlet-haired Yin Spirit gradually slowed down. There were evidently more fiend demons around the vicinity. However, none of the fiend demons noticed Su Zimo's presence. Firstly, most of them were cultivating and were hardly distracted. Secondly, the scarlet-haired Yin Spirit was merely the size of a thumb and was extremely fast. Even if somebody caught a momentary glimpse of it, they would have thought that they were seeing things and thought nothing of it. Thirdly, although Su Zimo had just advanced to the nascent soul realm, his scarlet-haired Yin Spirit was already much stronger than the essence spirits of other fiend demons since it could roam the world. With that, it was even more difficult for those fiend demons to notice Su Zimo. That was also why it was so powerful for the essence spirit to be able to leave one's body. Low-level fiend demons would hardly realize that they were being spied on at the side. Su Zimo continued advancing and his speed slowed down. He could clearly feel that there were two fiend demons cultivating at the front not far away. The dermic power fluctuation around them was extremely strong and surpassed the other fiend demons. There were two mid-level fiend demons. Su Zimo paused in his tracks and hid himself without advancing. If he was not wrong, the two mid-level fiend demons should be the Howling Moon Territorial Lord, Black Wolf, and his deputy, Chan Rui. The two of them were mid-level fiend demons and could use their essence spirits to roam. Su Zimo hid himself carefully far away, not wanting to alarm the two of them. All of a sudden, Black Wolf stood up with an imposing aura. He hollered with a fervent gaze, "Who is there? How dare you spy on Howling Moon Mountain? Not good, I've been discovered." Su Zimo was alarmed. There's no wonder why he's the Howling Moon Territorial Lord. Indeed, he's capable. To think that he can even sense me despite how far I'm hiding here. Su Zimo was prepared to flee the moment the thought crossed his mind. Since he was exposed, it was useless for him to linger any longer. Instead, he would be in danger and it would be difficult for him to get away. Right then, a gentle breeze blew and three faint, glowing essence spirits flew into the air from the forest not far away. Initially, Su Zimo wanted to leave. However, he paused in his tracks when he saw that. To think that there were other essence spirits spying in the darkness. The three essence spirits were in the shape of bats. The fact that they could roam to this spot meant that they were void reversion essence spirits. One of the essence spirits said in an odd manner, "Howling Moon Mountain, you've got some capabilities indeed. To think that you were able to spot us. Humph, we'll pay you a visit another day." Before that sentence was completed, the three essence spirits sped into the distance and tried to escape in time. "Where can you run to?" Black Wolf roared and his glabella shone, releasing a terrifying spirit consciousness that formed a murderous wolf in midair. The wolf arrived instantly before an essence spirit, devouring the latter in a single chomp. "Black Wolf, you, ah." The essence spirit could not dodge in time and shrieked before he could complete his sentence. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed and his heart skipped a beat. Black Wolf's attack was a killing move targeted at essence spirits. It was even stronger and frightening than a spirit consciousness attack. Spirit consciousness attacks were the most ordinary offensive means at the void reversion realm. Some mid-level fiend demons or void reversions get the chance to cultivate secret skills for their essence spirits that could condense their spirit consciousnesses and in turn create attacks that were extremely lethal with concentrated strength. Secret skills for essence spirits were extremely rare and the major sects kept everything to themselves. In the Young Spirit section of the Mystic Classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness, there was a secret skill from the Desolate Ocean Dragon King for the Essence Spirit. Unfortunately, the text of the Young Spirit section was incomprehensible. It seemed like an ancient language from the dragon race and it was the same for the secret skill. Of course, Su Zimo had not cultivated to that level and was not qualified to cultivate the Essence Spirit's secret skill. Previously, it was clear that the young master of Black Sand Ridge did not know any Essence Spirit's secret skills. If he had released an Essence Spirit's secret skill, Su Zimo might not have been able to defend against it even with the fusion of his Essence Spirits. Although the Bat Essence Spirit was extremely fast, the secret skill of Black Wolf's Essence Spirit traveled at an even faster speed and devoured the Bat Essence Spirit. The essence spirit of a mid-level fiend demon left its body and roamed here. To think that it would die in Black Wolf's hands without the chance to even return to its body. Chan Rui struck. A tremendous spirit consciousness gathered and two curved blades appeared in midair all of a sudden, shimmering coldly and thin as cicada wings. It was another essence spirit secret skill. The two curved blades descended onto another essence spirit that was escaping and weaved across one another. The Bat Essence Spirit was sliced by the sabers and perished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the essence spirits of 2 void reversions perished. Naturally, an essence spirit had to face immense danger upon leaving its body. It was even more dangerous when they were spying on a territorial lord. The 2 territorial lords of Howling Moon Mountain attacked and killed off 2 essence spirits cleanly. However, the 3rd bat essence spirit seized the opportunity to flee far away. Black Wolf, Chan Rui, don't get cocky now. The sound of the bat essence spirit echoed from far away. Howling Moon Mountain is about to be doomed. Let's see how much longer you can continue to be smug. The voice grew increasingly distant and eventually went silent. Su Zimo hid where he was motionlessly. If the 2 territorial lords of Howling Moon Mountain noticed him and released their essence spirit's secret skills, his scarlet-haired Een spirit would definitely be severely injured even with the protection of the dragon scales. Chapter 8:15, Danger in Howling Moon Mountain. Chapter 8:15, Danger in Howling Moon Mountain. Although the essence spirit could roam the world upon leaving the body and travel at 1,000 kilometers in an instant, if it was severely injured, it would result in the death of the body. There was no return. In the blink of an eye, 2 mid-level fiend demons had perished here. The 3 mid-level fiend demons must not have expected the 2 territorial lords of Howling Moon Mountain to discover their presence. Less than that, they did not expect the 2 territorial lords to be this ruthless and cultivated essence spirit's secret skills. A single attack from both of them killed off 2 essence spirits. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed when he witnessed everything. Thankfully, he came to check things out and understood the situation. Otherwise, he might have taken a huge loss if he took on the 2 territorial lords. Although they were all mid-level fiend demons, the strength of the 2 territorial lords of Howling Moon Mountain were far superior to the young master of Black Sand Ridge. The massive battle ended instantly. As though they no longer had any mood to cultivate, Black Wolf and Chan Rui exchanged glances in silence. There was a hint of worry on their faces. Su Zimo was puzzled. Although it was a clear victory, why did it seem like they had lost? When he recalled the statement left by the mid-level fiend demon, he realized that things might not be as simple as they seemed. Black Wolf said with a grim expression, "Cyclone Cave can't hold it back any longer. To think that they sent 3 mid-level fiend demons to spy on us. Thankfully, I noticed their presence or the 2 of us might be killed if they took the first move. Actually, the territorial lord of Cyclone Cave is still cautious of us. Otherwise, he would not have sent people to come and spy on us first," Chan Rui deduced. Black Wolf shook his head. "We can still fight if it's only Cyclone Cave. However, that's not the only threat to Howling Moon Mountain. There's also Black Sand Ridge and Ghastly River," Chan Rui continued. "That's right." Black Wolf sighed. "Those 3 territories have their sights on us. I'm afraid Howling Moon Mountain won't be able to get through this ordeal. What I'm most afraid of is if they form an alliance." Chan Rui remained silent with a heavy heart. At that point, Su Zimo had already obtained quite a bit of useful information. When he saw the territorial lords in an uneasy mood, he knew that it was a rare opportunity and left carefully and silently, exiting the region soon after. Not long after Su Zimo left, Black Wolf suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, "Earlier on, apart from the 3 of them from Cyclone Cave, there seemed to be someone else was spying on us." Chan Rui froze for a moment. Black Wolf continued, "It was an intermittent feeling and I'm not entirely sure either." "Was it from Black Sand Ridge?" Chan Rui asked. "Not likely." Black Wolf shook his head. "In this period of time, the fiend demons of Black Sand Ridge are searching for a group of mysterious strangers. There's no reason for them to head here. I heard about that incident as well. The young master of Black Sand Ridge's physical body was ruined and he almost died." Chan Rui chuckled. "However, if they're not from Black Sand Ridge, who were they? Could it be?" Suddenly, Chan Rui froze and looked at Black Wolf instinctively. Their gazes met in midair and Chan Rui's heart skipped a beat. That person from Ghastly River? It should be. Black Wolf nodded. He's most likely the only one that can sneak beside us stealthily and leave without a trace. That's going to be troublesome. Chan Rui sighed. Su Zimo was already gone and naturally did not know that the two territorial lords of Howling Moon Mountain thought of him as somebody else. At that moment, Su Zimo was in the skies soaring through the clouds as he looked down on the territory of Howling Moon Mountain to survey its terrain and listen into the surroundings. All of a sudden, he froze and slanted his head in midair to listen carefully for a brief moment. Thereafter, his lips curled with a fake smile and a strange look flashed through his eyes. If he extended his spirit consciousness through the ground beneath him, he could clearly detect that it was not fully solid. It was interconnected with multiple tunnels to form caves one after another. Demonic chi was rich and everything eventually converged towards a massive palace. The palace was made of gold and shone brightly with an earthly aura. There were countless rats scurrying around the palace in a joyful manner. Some of the rats huffed as they carried wine. Some of the rats were off killing chicken and cows. For ordinary wild beasts such as chicken and cow, they were naturally helpless against rat demons with sentience. It was even more lively in the palace. Some of the rats turned into women that shuttled through the feast to set up fruits and delicacies. At the front of the palace, a rotund man sat high and above with a sparkling, golden crown on his head. Although he did not exude any demonic chi, he had shifty eyes and looked extremely sleazy. Two cute women were on both sides of the rat and they were thumping his back and kneading his thighs. He was thoroughly enjoying life. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." A rat demon at the bottom raised a glass for a toast. The rat demon was in human form and could stand with both legs. Although he wore human attire as well, there was a long tail behind him. It was a golden core realm spirit demon. This rat demon said loudly, "Your Majesty, you are the first to cultivate to become a fiend demon among the rat race of Howling Moon Mountain. Our race will definitely flourish in the future." "That's right, Your Majesty has an exceptional talent and managed to cultivate into a fiend demon in less than a month upon returning from the ancient battlefield." "Amazing." Some other rat demons chimed in at the sides. "Ha ha ha." The rat at the front of the palace beamed widely such that his eyes could barely be seen. He raised his glass heartily and declared, "Everyone, drink up. Drink to your heart's fill." "Pfft, Rat King, you sure are amazing." Suddenly, he heard a mocking voice echo within his ears. Its tone was neither heavy nor light and the fatty with ratty eyes was the only one that heard the voice in the noisy palace. Who's there?" The fatty with ratty eyes was shocked. Somebody managed to close into him without him realizing it. The fatty with ratty eyes was expressionless and his glabella shone as he released his spirit consciousness to survey the direction of the voice. His spirit consciousness surged over and he discovered a figure the size of a thumb in a corner behind him. It had shoulder-length scarlet hair, was lined with scales throughout its body and its appearance could not be seen clearly. "Pust!" The Rat King gasped and was shocked. Instantly, he broke out in cold sweat and his wrist trembled so badly that he spilled more than half of the wine in his cup. Although he did not know who this intruder was, he knew that only a mid-level fiend demon could send an essence spirit out of their body. "Follow me, don't make a fuss." The scarlet-haired essence spirit's voice was cold and emotionless. In a flash, it vanished into the darkness. The fatty with ratty eyes grumbled internally. In Howling Moon Mountain, only the two territorial lords could roam with their essence spirits. However, he knew that the essence spirits of the two territorial lords did not look like this. In other words, this mid-level fiend demon was not someone from Howling Moon Mountain. He would most likely die if he followed this man. However, if he did not, this essence spirit was enough to kill him as well. If he implicated his entire race here because of this, they would die for nothing. At that thought, the fatty with ratty eyes squeezed out a faint, bitter smile. He pushed away the two women beside him and said with a tragic courage, "Everyone, please continue. I am too drunk to carry on, so I'll make a move first." Chapter 8:16, Three Great Territories. Chapter 8:16, Three Great Territories. The Rat King slumped his head in despair the moment he left the tunnels. The scarlet-haired essence spirit before him flickered faintly but did not go too far. The Rat King did not dare to escape either and could merely follow along, sighing constantly in misery. Sigh, to think that I would meet with something like this the moment I cultivate to become a fiend demon. The heavens sure are jealous of the talented. Is this mid-level fiend demon from Cyclone Cave or Black Sand Ridge? What a bummer. I'm not even a protector of Howling Moon Mountain, why did it come to look for me? The Rat King was uneasy and fearful the entire journey. After an hour, the scarlet-haired essence spirit at the front stopped. "Go on inside." The scarlet-haired essence spirit pointed to a cave not far away and said indifferently. The Rat King felt that the voice sounded familiar. However, he was completely overwhelmed by fear at that moment and could not think properly. The cave before him seemed like the gigantic mouth of a desolate, gargantuan beast, and he was sending himself into death's gates. Heis. The Rat King sighed again and grit his teeth, entering the cave reluctantly. The cave was not big and could be seen in its entirety with a mere glance. Although the light within was dim, the Rat King that was now a fiend demon was almost unaffected. There were 5 people in the cave. They dressed like human cultivators. However, with his sharp senses, the Rat King could vaguely guess that the 5 of them were fiend demons in human forms. Among the 5 of them, some laid down on the ground with one leg crossed against the other lazily, some sat properly while some stood in silence. For some unknown reason, all of them looked at him with odd gazes. The Rat King felt his scalp prickle from their gazes and did not know what to do. Right at the front, a scarlet-haired cultivator sat in a lotus position with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the muscles on the face of the cultivator twitched and his appearance changed significantly. Why you?" The Rat King's eyes widened as he looked at everything in disbelief. The face of the scarlet-haired man was exactly the same as the green-robed man who created a ruckus in Howling Moon Mountain more than a month ago. The 5 of them were naturally Su Zimo's group. "Why you guys?" The Rat King recognized Su Zimo's group and instantly hopped as he exclaimed, "Are you guys insane? To think you would dare to return. Why wouldn't we?" Monkey sneered, "If the 5 of us are together, we have no fear even if we are barging into a dragon's pool or tiger's lair. Howling Moon Mountain is nothing. That's not the case." The Rat King waved it off and explained, sweating profusely, "Don't assume that you can come back and seek revenge now that you've broken through and become fiend demons. You have to understand that even among fiend demons, there are different levels. Only mid-level fiend demons can become territorial lords. Their essence spirits can roam into the world and travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant." Suddenly, the Rat King's voice froze. He witnessed something. The scarlet-haired essence spirit that entered with him transformed into a scarlet streak of light in a flash and flew into Su Zimo's glabella. Su Zimo stood up with a humoring smile. The Rat King's mouth was agape and his eyeballs popped out. How is this possible? Aren't you? The Rat King wanted to ask how Su Zimo's essence spirit could roam when he was a low-level fiend demon. However, his mind was in a mess at the moment and he could not speak coherently. "Don't be nervous." Su Zimo walked over and patted the Rat King on the shoulder with a gentle smile. "I don't have any ill intentions inviting you here. The conflict that happened in Howling Moon Mountain earlier on was not your fault either. Furthermore, it was all thanks to your map that we were able to leave Howling Moon Mountain later on. The Rat King heaved a long sigh of relief upon hearing that and plopped down onto the ground. Unknowingly, he was already drenched in sweat. There were many things he did not know about this person before him. However, he knew that this was somebody who placed a clear distinction between gratitude and hatred. That statement already guaranteed that the Rat King's life would not be harmed. "Brothers, why have you looked for me?" When the Rat King composed himself a while later, he took the initiative to ask. Su Zimo said, "I want to find out about some things from you." Suddenly, the Rat King revealed a cautious expression as his eyes roved around Su Zimo's group. After a lengthy consideration, he said, "Pardon me for being straightforward, brothers, but the reason why I saved you guys earlier on was out of guilt. However, if you wish to make use of me to harm Howling Moon Mountain, I cannot agree to it." Su Zimo replied indifferently, "Howling Moon Mountain is facing threats from everywhere and is about to fall. There's no need for us to make a move." "What do you mean by that?" The Rat King blinked. "Black Sand Ridge, Cyclone Cave, Ghastly River." Slowly, Su Zimo gave the three names. The three names belonged to the three territories around Howling Moon Mountain. The Rat King remained silent, but his expression shifted slightly. Su Zimo said, "You are updated with the news and I'm sure you must already know of the motives those three territories have towards Howling Moon Mountain. If they form an alliance, Howling Moon Mountain will cease to exist." Su Zimo obtained most of the information eavesdropping earlier on and was able to come to this conclusion with some slight deduction. The Rat King sighed gently and gave a bitter smile. Even without an alliance, if one of those territories attacked, Howling Moon Mountain won't be able to withstand it. "Tell me, what do you know about the three territories?" Su Zimo asked. The Rat King replied, "Actually, just by looking at the map, you can tell that the three territories are stronger than Howling Moon Mountain." He was not wrong. On the map, the area occupied by Howling Moon Mountain was the smallest and was in between the three territories. The Rat King continued, "There are only two mid-level fiend demons in Howling Moon Mountain, the two territorial lords. However, from what I know, there are at least 5 mid-level fiend demons in Cyclone Cave and Black Sand Ridge. Ghastly River is the most mysterious and nobody knows how many mid-level fiend demons there are. However, it is widely acknowledged that they are the strongest. That's because the territorial lord of Ghastly River is a WIRM." At that point, the Rat King turned toward Su Zimo's group instinctively. Unlike what he expected, none of them seemed shocked or taken aback. Su Zimo and the other four were way too calm, as though they had just heard something extremely ordinary. Are the 5 of them having a delayed reaction? The Rat King thought to himself and cleared his throat before elaborating with emphasis. The WIRM is a pure-blooded ferocious beast that carries a remnant bloodline from the dragon race within its body. Although slim, it has a chance of cultivating into a true dragon. "Oh." The group of 5 replied expressionlessly. To begin with, Su Zimo was now half a dragon and would naturally not bother about an existence like the WIRM. Monkey and the others had fought against the Rakshasa race of the primordial 9 races. As such, their perspective on things was not something ordinary demon beasts could compare to. The Rat King widened his eyes and puffed his cheeks, feeling an inexplicable sense of frustration. Little Fox was the first to react as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Wow! A pure-blooded ferocious beast. Amazing! That's way too fake." The Rat King's mouth cramped up and he could not help but roll his eyes. Chapter 8:17, Greetings. Chapter 8:17, Greetings. Actually, when the previous territorial lord of Howling Moon Territorial Lord was around, he could suppress Black Sand Ridge, Cyclone Cave and Ghastly River with his strength. The Rat King continued, however, during an expedition outside, he met with a strong foe and was severely injured. His physical body was destroyed and he managed to return with his essence spirit, but he did not live for long thereafter. The current Howling Moon Territorial Lord is the remaining bloodline of the previous Territorial Lord. Throughout these years, the reason why Howling Moon Mountain was not overtaken was because Black Sand Ridge, Cyclone Cave and Ghastly River were wary of one another and had their own plans respectively. Su Zimo nodded. The three territories were also worried that they might lose out if they were embroiled in battle with Howling Moon Mountain, that was why they had not attacked. However, if they three territories came to a common understanding, Howling Moon Mountain would be on the brink of destruction. Brothers, why have you guys returned? The Rat King's eyes darted around as he probed. The Spirit Tiger raised his chin and declared proudly. We've naturally returned to take over the place and replace the current territorial lords. Bullshit. The Rat King pouted his lips slightly and sneered in his mind. In his opinion, the Spirit Tiger was definitely spouting nonsense. They must be dreaming if they thought that a few low-level fiend demons could take over an entire territory. You don't believe us? Monkey walked over and lifted the Rat King up by the shoulders, smirking. I do. The Rat King shuddered and replied hurriedly with a smile. Monkey smirked even deeper. Since you do, help us then. We're lacking in manpower and you do seem like someone who knows what's good for you. The Rat King lamented internally but could only force himself to reply, well. I'm indebted to the previous territorial lord and the current territorial lord is nice to me as well. Suddenly, a thought crossed the Rat King's mind. Brothers, you are actually not at fault for everything that happened previously. I can clarify the matter in front of the territorial lord. Now that you guys are already fiend demons, given your capabilities, there's definitely a chance for you guys to become protectors of Howling Moon Mountain. Alright. Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke, we'll trouble you then. Alright. The Rat King patted himself on the chest and declared loudly, don't worry, everyone, I'll try my best to help you guys plead for mercy. Our territorial lord is a wise man and will definitely not be calculative over what happened previously. Su Zimo nodded. Alright, you can head back. The Rat King froze slightly. They were letting him off just like that? He had not expected everything to proceed so smoothly. The Rat King froze for a brief moment but snapped out of it swiftly. He said with cupped fists, brothers, please wait here for my favorable reply. I'll return as soon as I can. He turned and left the cave, vanishing into the darkness before long. First, we're letting him off just like that? The Spirit Tiger scratched his head and said in a deep voice, this rat seems shifty and dishonest. What if he brings a group of people and encircles us instead? Su Zimo replied pensively, let's see what their decision will be. 10 days later. Within the cave, Su Zimo, who was originally in quiet meditation, opened his eyes and a divine flash of light flickered briefly. Before long, Monkey, the Spirit Tiger and Monkey stirred awake from their cultivations as well. The rat is back? Monkey's ears twitched. He seems to be the only one. Su Zimo nodded and rose with a look of relief in his eyes. Although he did not know what the territorial lords thought, he knew that the rat did not backstab them at the very least. Before long, the Rat King burrowed into the cave and rubbed his palms with a huge grin. Hee, thankfully, things worked out well. Brothers, follow me to meet the territorial lord. Alright. Su Zimo agreed to it. Amazing. The Rat King praised. Brothers, don't think too much about it. After all, the position of a protector is dignified and the territorial lord wishes to meet you guys in person before he can make the decision. That's for sure. Su Zimo nodded. Thereafter, Su Zimo's group of 5 left the cave with the Rat King and headed to the center of Howling Moon Mountain. With the lead of the Rat King, their journey was mostly without obstacles despite some slight dangers. Before long, they arrived at a cave in the center of Howling Moon Mountain. The spirit tiger and little fox were extremely curious and looked all around them the entire journey. Su Zimo's expression was calm. His essence spirit roamed to this place 10 days ago, so everything was not new to him. "Brothers, follow me." The Rat King led the way into the cave and Su Zimo's group of 5 followed close behind to enter. The moment they entered the cave, their vision lit up. The cave abode was extremely spacious and gigantic pearls the size of fists were adorned on the walls on all 4 corners. They shone brightly and looked majestic. The spirit tiger's eyes lit up and he wished that he could take off all the night luminance beads and keep them for himself. "Insolent!" Suddenly, a voice hollered. Everyone turned towards the voice. Not far away at the front, a black-faced burly man sat in a crude position in the manor. He was expressionless as he gazed at them. Su Zimo had seen this person before and naturally knew that this was Howling Moon Mountain's territorial lord, Black Wolf. A lady with a white shawl sat at the bottom left of Black Wolf quietly without raising her head at all. This was Howling Moon Territorial Lord's Deputy Territorial Lord, Chan Rui. However, neither of them were the ones that hollered earlier on. A muscular man stood behind Black Wolf. His eyes resembled bronze bells and he was burly and muscular at more than 10 feet tall. Bronze-colored muscles that resembled rocks bulged up one after another on his exposed arms. The burly man shouted again with a rumbling aura, "Why aren't you guys heading over to greet the 2 territorial lords?" The Rat King said softly in a flustered manner, "That's the leader of Howling Moon Mountain's protectors, Bronze Bull, and he's the strongest in combat. Brothers, it's best not to offend him." Monkey had a proud expression and pouted his lips. Su Zimo's group of 5 did not move. Bronze Bull's gaze froze up and he was angered. Right as he was about to flare up, Black Wolf that sat at the front waved it off. Bronze Bull panted heavily and endured it for the time being. However, he glared at Su Zimo's group of 5 with an unfriendly expression. The moment Su Zimo's group of 5 entered the cave abode, Black Wolf had been sizing them up with a frightening gaze. He was a mid-level fiend demon and a territorial lord. The aura and might of his presence was so powerful that ordinary demon beasts wouldn't be able to withstand it. Most of them would kneel on the ground and take the initiative to greet him. However, he could not see any bit of fear from the faces of the 5 people before him. Even though they were up against 2 territorial lords. Even though they were facing 2 mid-level fiend demons. It was especially the case for the scarlet-haired man leading them. This man had a composed expression and calm gaze without any bit of uneasiness and even dared to meet Black Wolf's gaze. Interesting. Black Wolf laughed internally. Even Chan Rui raised her head and took a special glance at Su Zimo. "You dare to come knocking on my doors even after killing 2 of my protectors? Aren't you afraid I'll kill all of you?" A moment later, Black Wolf spoke slowly with a bright gaze. Instantly, the atmosphere turned murderous. Before Su Zimo could react, the Rat King was the first to be startled and said hurriedly, "Territorial Lord, didn't we agree earlier to let bygones be bygones? Why you?" Black Wolf had a cold gaze and said coolly, "I'm reneging on my words." "You have an issue with that?" The Rat King was speechless and sweat rolled down his forehead profusely. Chapter 8:18, What rights do you have? Chapter 8:18, What rights do you have? Instantly, the tension in the cave abode became repressive. A murderous aura spread. Bronze Bull twisted his neck and smirked sinisterly at Su Zimo's group. A single order from Black Wolf was all he needed to lunge forward. Chan Rui did not raise her head and said nothing the entire time. However, unknowingly, 2 curved sabers as thin as cicada wings had appeared in her hands. They were almost transparent and exuded a frosty aura. Black Wolf was silent and glared at Su Zimo fixedly. To his surprise, Even after he revealed his clear killing intent, this man was still expressionless the entire time. His eyes resembled a deep ocean that was totally unmoved. "Aren't you afraid?" Black Wolf raised his brow. Su Zimo merely smiled nonchalantly. "If you wish to kill us, why would you need to lure us here?" "All right." Suddenly, the killing intent on Black Wolf's face dissipated and he nodded with a faint smile. "Everything aside, the fact that you dare to come to my cave abode, that boldness alone triumphs every other protector of Howling Moon Mountain." The Rat King was stunned. Bronze Bull was equally stumped. Su Zimo was the only one with a calm expression, as though he had expected this. "I heard about everything that happened previously. Although my fiend demons were in the wrong previously, you still killed many demons and 2 protectors under my lead." Black Wolf said with a deep voice, "You can be a protector of Howling Moon Mountain, but bear in mind that you carry a sin, so you will have to give your best in the future." "That's for sure." Before Su Zimo could reply, the Rat King chimed in with a wide beam. "Territorial Lord, isn't this a little too hasty?" Bronze Bull was indignant and glanced askance at Su Zimo's group as he could not help but say, "This man has clearly just broken through and looks so young, how experienced can he be? The status of a protector is extraordinary. No matter what, you've got to test out his skills first. Shall I play with you?" The moment there was the possibility of a fight, Monkey's eyes lit with a scarlet glint as he hopped out right away. He had only fought the fiend demons of Black Sand Ridge ever since he became a fiend demon. Unsatisfied, there was naturally no way he would let this rare opportunity slip. "Just a wild monkey like you?" Bronze Bull laughed wildly. "All of you can come at me together." Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke, "Actually, I'm not here to become a protector." "Huh?" Black Wolf raised his brow slightly and asked, "What do you want to be?" Su Zimo's gaze shone brightly as he said in a slow manner, "What I want to be is Howling Moon Mountain's territorial lord." The moment he said that, the cave abode went completely silent. The Rat King's eyes widened with a stricken expression. Goodness, has he gone mad? A low-level fiend demon actually wants to challenge a territorial lord? It's over, it's over. I'm going to die because of you. Chan Rui raised her head and looked at Su Zimo seriously for the first time, as though she wanted to see through him. Black Wolf narrowed his eyes and they shone violently. Although he remained motionless, a dangerous aura exuded from him that was way more frightening than the one earlier on. This time round, his killing intent was truly triggered. Brazen. Bronze Bull's eyes widened as he leaped and charged toward Su Zimo with a holler, "How dare you act like a punk before me? Die!" Su Zimo was motionless against the incoming Bronze Bull. A shadow darted out from beside him. Monkey had already leaped forward. He raised his fist and his flesh expanded. As though it formed a gigantic seal in midair, he punched towards Bronze Bull's fist violently. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Bronze Bull gave a deep grunt and was actually sent flying. Monkey staggered a few steps back and shrugged his arm as he reared his head in laughter. What a great feeling! Once more. The Rat King's eyes widened and he nearly bit his tongue. Bronze Bull was the leader of Howling Moon Mountain's protectors and had the greatest strength. No fiend demon could match him head-on. To think that this monkey that had just cultivated to a fiend demon was able to take Bronze Bull head-on without being disadvantaged. Furthermore, the Rat King knew Monkey was not the strongest in combat within the group, it was the scarlet-haired man. Could that man really be able to? A thought crossed the Rat King's mind that startled him. Immediately after, he denied it himself and lamented internally, impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how strong he is in combat, there's no way he can threaten the territorial lord. Black Wolf did not move and merely watched Su Zimo. In reality, his spirit consciousness was already spread and was surveying the activity in the radius of 5 kilometers. In his opinion, it was impossible for the 5 low-level fiend demons before him to attempt to overthrow his position as a territorial lord. It was a complete joke. However, there was nothing unusual in the vicinity. There wasn't even any slight activity. With a darkened face, Black Wolf asked deeply, "Speak, who sent you?" In his opinion, Su Zimo's composure was definitely because he had backing that most likely came from Black Sand Ridge, Cyclone Cave or Ghastly River. "Black Wolf, you're thinking too much." Su Zimo smiled with a deep gaze and said idly, as though he had read Black Wolf's thoughts, "I'm not from Black Sand Ridge, Cyclone Cave or even Ghastly River. It's just the 5 of us brothers here." Black Wolf grinned as well, revealing a row of sharp, pearly white fangs. "Interesting. The 5 of you think that you're enough to overthrow me?" Su Zimo replied, "Actually, there's no need for you to be hostile towards me." Ha ha ha. As though he had heard the greatest joke in the world, Black Wolf released a thunderous laugh. "You came knocking at my door to provoke me and yet you expect me not to be hostile?" Su Zimo nodded and said matter-of-factly, "That's because, I'm saving and helping you at the same time by becoming the territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain." "What do you mean?" Black Wolf retracted his smile and asked expressionlessly. "Black Sand Ridge, Cyclone Cave and Ghastly River has coveted Howling Moon Mountain for a long time. If they form an alliance, Howling Moon Mountain will be destroyed instantly." Su Zimo said indifferently, "From what I know, Cyclone Cave has been itching to make a move. A few days ago, they even sent a few fiend demons to spy but 2 of them were killed by you." Black Wolf's expression changed and his eyes flashed with a hint of disbelief. Most of the fiend demons of Howling Moon Mountain knew about the matter involving Black Sand Ridge, Cyclone Cave and Ghastly River. However, he and Chan Rui were the only ones who knew about what happened that night. How did this man find out? Instinctively, Black Wolf turned to Chan Rui. In fact, faint suspicions towards Chan Rui even surfaced. Chan Rui had a clear gaze and looked back at Black Wolf without avoiding before shaking her head. Instantly, the doubts in Black Wolf's heart vanished. After a moment of silence, he said, "The 3 territories are forming an alliance to overthrow me and you're the same. What's the difference between you guys? Saving me? Helping me? What a joke. Of course it will be different." Su Zimo said, "First, I won't take your life if I become the territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain. Second, Howling Moon Mountain will survive." Black Wolf remained silent. Those 2 points were indeed important. He had a deep grudge with the 3 territories and he would definitely die if they were to form an alliance. Howling Moon Mountain would cease to exist as well, split up by the 3 territories. As for how I'm going to save and help you, that's even easier to explain. Su Zimo smiled. "I'll become the territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain and will naturally take over the matter of defending against the 3 territories. All you have to do is assist me." "Alright, everything is clear. Right now, there's only a single question left." Slowly, Black Wolf rose with a torrential ferocity as he glared at Su Zimo and sneered, "What rights do you have?" Chapter 8:19, 1 verses 2. Chapter 8:19, 1 verses 2. Boom. Victory was already decided on the other side of the battlefield, accompanied by a loud boom. Although Bronze Bull had reverted to his true form, Monkey pinned him fiercely into the ground by grabbing his horns, creating a huge pit. Bronze Bull's face was filled with blood and was smashed into a complete mess, almost fainting. Monkey had a frightening bloodline and his combat strength was only inferior to Su Zimo and Night Spirit within the 7 sworn siblings. In his berserk state, Monkey was even able to take on the Rakshasa race. He had only just cultivated his essence spirit and was at early stage nascent soul realm. Although Bronze Bull was a late-stage nascent soul, a major cultivation realm above Monkey, he was not a match for the latter and was defeated in less than a dozen breaths. Monkey did not kill Bronze Bull and leaped back the moment he secured victory. Bronze Bull struggled to stand up with a twisted expression as he panted. Demonic chi surged around him and he growled deeply. He was almost out of his mind and wanted to charge forward once more. Back down. Black Wolf's voice sounded with a cold authority. Aren't you done with making a fool of yourself? Bronze Bull shuddered as though he had just been drenched with a bucket of ice water. Gradually, he sobered up and backed off to the side despite his indignance. Black Wolf's gaze was fixed on Su Zimo the entire time as he said slowly with a cold expression. Tell me, what rights do you have? The 5 of you alone aren't qualified to take on my position. We're enough, Su Zimo smiled. The moment he said that, Su Zimo's figure flashed and he struck the territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain all of a sudden. Moreover, he took on 2 people with his attack and engulfed Black Wolf and Chan Rui within. Such guts. Black Wolf was enraged and felt his vision blur the moment he said those 2 words. A torrential might gushed towards him in a deafening manner. The pressure was suffocating. Although he was a mid-level fiend demon, the envelopment of the power felt slightly unbearable still. It was too fast. The 2 of them were not too far apart to begin with and Su Zimo had already closed in instantly. In fact, Black Wolf thought that he was hallucinating. He seemed to have heard the sound of tsunamis that shook his mind. What's this demonic art? It's making me hallucinate. He turned his gaze and saw Su Zimo circled by blood chi with rumbling demonic chi. However, there were no traces of dermic power. Wait, it's not a hallucination. The sound of tsunami is real. In a flash, Black Wolf sobered up and thought of a possibility as he exclaimed, tsunami blood. Although demons placed emphasis on the cultivation and quality of one's bloodline, only few of them could cultivate to the realm of tsunami blood. Black Wolf did not have time to take out any weapons and could only prop up his arms in defense. Bang! Su Zimo's fist struck the intersection where Black Wolf's arms crossed and the dull sound of defeat echoed. Ugh! Black Wolf grunted and staggered in retreat, his arm's hand gone completely numb. However, Su Zimo did not retreat at all and even had strength remaining to fight Chan Rui. Black Wolf was shocked. He was a mid-level fiend demon and a territorial lord, a full major cultivation realm higher than this person before him. He had many years more to temper his body using dermic powers as well. Even so, his bloodline and physique could not defend against the charge of this person. What a terrifying burst power! On the other side, Chan Rui burst in retreat. Thankfully, she had already withdrawn her dermic weapons before this and wielded them in her hands. Su Zimo charged over and Chan Rui's eyes squinted slightly. With a tremble, her curved sabers cut an arc through the air, creating 2 cold beams that slit toward Su Zimo's wrist instantly. The speed of the 2 slashes was extremely fast. Coupled with Su Zimo's overwhelming aura and force, Chan Rui believed that even a mid-level fiend demon won't be able to dodge. This is for the best. I'll sever one of your wrists to teach you a lesson. That was what Chan Rui thought. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo did not dodge at all. He flicked his finger gently against the 2 incoming cold beams. A few fingernails flicked out with a chilling aura and struck the 2 cold beams precisely like sharp blades. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew along with 2 crisp sounds. Chan Rui whined and her curved sabers were repelled from her hands, her palms had split open. The Rat King stood at the side and his beady eyes widened in disbelief. He had considered the possibility that Su Zimo's combat strength would be extraordinary. However, he had not expected Su Zimo to gain the upper hand even in a 1 versus 2 situation. Black Wolf and Chan Rui were mid-level fiend demons after all and regained their composure swiftly, merely flustered for a split second. both of their figures retreated at almost the same time. Lad, you are strong in melee combat. However, it's not enough if you intend to merely rely on that to overthrow my position as a territorial lord. Black Wolf's glabella shone and he hollered deeply, watch out. No matter what, Su Zimo was formidable in melee combat. Because of that, Black Wolf regarded him as a talent and gave a warning out of goodwill, not wanting to kill Su Zimo. Swoosh! Two powerful spirit consciousnesses engulfed the entire place with a boundless might. Only void reversions and mid-level fiend demons could release spirit consciousness attacks. If it was any other low-level fiend demon, their essence spirit would have been repressed completely in fright against the pressure of the spirit consciousness such that they would not even be able to release their dermic powers. However, scarlet scales appeared one after another on the body of the scarlet-haired Een spirit within Su Zimo's spirit consciousness. He was able to deflect the incoming spirit consciousness. He was completely unaffected even against the envelopment of the spirit consciousnesses of two territorial lords. Fufu, there's no need for both of you to show mercy. I won't be taken down by a mere spirit consciousness attack. Su Zimo chuckled and dashed towards Black Wolf and Chan Rui in huge strides. Both Black Wolf and Chan Rui frowned. Neither of them wanted to kill Su Zimo, that was why they did not release their essence spirit secret skills. The killing power of essence spirit's secret skills was extremely terrifying and was something that the essence spirit of low-level fiend demons could not defend against. If they could not defend against it, their essence spirits would be destroyed and they would die on the spot. However, both of them had no other choice. Roar! In midair, a terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuation burst forward. The tremendous spirit consciousness materialized into a pitch-black murderous wolf that lunged in Su Zimo's direction with an open mouth. On the other side, Chan Rui's spirit consciousness split into two in midair and turned into two cold beams that arrived instantly. The attacks of both essence spirits had descended. Su Zimo slowed down as well with a grim expression. Those were essence spirit secret skills and could not be compared with spirit consciousness attacks. If he handled them the wrong way and his essence spirit was damaged, it might leave an injury that could not be healed. He was a low-level fiend demon at nascent soul realm after all. He did not dare to be careless against an attack of this level. Prior to this, he had only experienced the might of the two essence spirit secret skills once from a distance. However, that experience could not be compared to the current situation where he was directly involved. Instantly, a thought crossed Su Zimo's mind. Even if his essence spirits were to fuse and release a spirit consciousness attack, it would be difficult for him to defend against these two essence spirit secret skills. Chapter 820, Subdued. Chapter 820, Subdued. If Su Zimo did not understand Black Wolf and Chan Rui's capabilities and received essence spirit secret skills from them all of a sudden, he would have been flustered. However, prior to this, he roamed with his essence spirit and witnessed the might of their essence spirit secret skills. As such, he had already thought of a way to deal with them. With a single thought from Su Zimo, rays of golden light extended from his left wrist in a saintly and flawless manner, creating an indestructible barrier around him. Boom! Clang! Clang! In midair, when the Black Wolf materialized from spirit consciousness and the two curved sabers that were as thin as cicada wings slashed the barrier, a deafening boom echoed. The golden barrier trembled and a series of ripples appeared. It managed to defend against the two essence spirit secret skills completely. Black Wolf and Chan Rui were shocked. Ordinary dermic weapons could defend against dermic arts, normal weapons, and the burst of various different powers. However, they could not defend against the power of an essence spirit. If one wanted to defend against an essence spirit secret skill, they would have to either go head-on with the power of their own essence spirit or utilize special essence spirit dermic weapons. However, essence spirit dermic weapons were way too rare and difficult to refine. Even among the cultivation world, there were few of them, and they were even rarer than connate dermic weapons, let alone in the world of demons. Right now, the golden barrier managed to block both Essence Spirit secret skills completely. This meant that their enemy was in possession of an Essence Spirit dermic weapon. Furthermore, the Essence Spirit dermic weapon was extremely powerful. Although he was only at nascent soul realm, he was able to use that Essence Spirit dermic weapon to defend against their combined attacks. Both Black Wolf and Chan Rui were at a loss. Indeed, Su Zimo was in possession of an Essence Spirit dermic weapon. This dermic weapon was given to him by the old monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. It was one of the treasures that held up the Daming Monastery in the past, the Mingwang prayer beads. Initially, there were 6 beads for the Mingwang prayer beads, and they were carried around by the titular disciple of Daming Monastery at the time, Monk Daming. However, as the sands of time passed, Monk Daming's demise resulted in the scattering of the Mingwang prayer beads. Right now, it was incomplete with only 4 prayer beads. Even so, the 4 Mingwang prayer beads were not to be underestimated. At the Golden Core realm, it was difficult for Su Zimo to control the Mingwang prayer beads. He could only wear it on his wrist and use it to block the detection of spirit consciousnesses. It was only after he cultivated his essence spirit that he was able to make use of some of the Mingwang prayer beads' power. Of course, the true power of the Mingwang prayer beads would only be unleashed after he advanced to the Void Reversion realm and achieved higher attainments in his cultivation. Right now, the Mingwang prayer beads could only be used by him to defend against essence spirits. However, that was more than enough. It was sufficient to defend against the essence spirit secret skills of the 2 territorial lords. Instantly, things changed on the battlefield. The fact that Black Wolf and Chan Rui's essence spirit secret skills were rendered useless meant that they would have to endure Su Zimo's torrential and suffocating melee combat attacks. Bang! 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 There was a series of deafening sounds. Shadows fluttered in a dizzying manner. In less than 10 breaths, Black Wolf and Chan Rui were sent flying as they smashed onto the stone walls behind them heavily, sliding down in a slow manner. Su Zimo stood opposite them not far away quietly with a clear gaze. His attire was tidy and prim, as though he had not moved at all. It was a complete defeat. Black Wolf and Chan Rui had pale expressions and felt like their bones were about to split. However, they grit their teeth and did not make any sound. Both of them looked at Su Zimo with conflicted expressions. They were both smart and could clearly sense that this man had shown mercy earlier on. Otherwise, given his capabilities, it would have been extremely to him to kill them off once he had the advantage earlier on. Suddenly, Black Wolf thought of something that sent his heart racing. If he had truly reneged on his words earlier and ordered for this man to be killed, he would have been a corpse lying on the ground at this moment. His mercy toward Su Zimo was in fact mercy for himself. In truth, Black Wolf was not far off the mark. Indeed, those were Su Zimo's intentions when he headed here. They wanted to take over as kings, but they did not have much helpers under their liege. It would naturally be for the best if they could recruit Black Wolf and Chan Rui without bloodshed. Bronze Bull's eyes widened and his jaws nearly fell onto the ground. He had truly not expected this outcome for the battle. 2 territorial lords had actually lost to a low-level fiend demon that had just broken through. He would not have believed this if he had not seen it personally. Territorial lords, are you guys fine? Bronze Bull asked warily. Black Wolf waved it off and stood up. He glared at Su Zimo and said slowly, I've lost. Indeed, you are qualified to be the territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain. However, I'm only acknowledging your potential. Black Wolf emphasized as he continued, given your potential, nobody around here should be able to threaten you if you continue cultivating and advance to become a mid-level fiend demon. But the you right now. He did not continue. Chan Rui said as well, it's not enough if you think that you can resolve the crisis of Howling Moon Mountain using the capabilities and essence spirit dermic weapon you revealed earlier. I've got my own plans on how to resolve the crisis of Howling Moon Mountain. Su Zimo replied nonchalantly, all you need to tell me is whether you will submit to me. The cave abode went silent. Black Wolf was undecided and had a hesitant expression. Anybody that could become territorial lords were capable characters. Now that he was suddenly asked to relinquish his position as a territorial lord and submit to others, it was definitely a truth he was struggling to accept. However, Black Wolf knew that he would be in an even worse state if the 3 territories were to come for them. Not only would he die, Howling Moon Mountain would cease to exist as well. That was something he could not accept at all. At that thought, Black Wolf gripped his fists gently and said in a deep voice, since I've lost, I've got no objections. I'm willing to relinquish my position as a territorial lord. However, I hope that you will be able to protect Howling Moon Mountain and treat every single demon here well. Territorial Lord. Bronze Bull yelled. Black Wolf waved it off. I've already decided, there's no need to say more. All right. Su Zimo nodded and declared, from this day forth, there will be another deputy territorial lord in Howling Moon Mountain, Black Wolf. Chan Rui will still be the deputy territorial lord and maintain her original status. Monkey and the others were excited. This meant that from this moment forth, the 5 of them sworn siblings had a territory of their own. Black Wolf pondered for a moment and asked with cupped fists, I've yet to know your name, territorial lord. Also, what is your true form? To be fair, although he had already relinquished his position as a territorial lord, Black Wolf still had a tinge of indignance in his heart towards this young man. However, he felt that he could not read this person either. Even after their fight, he could not figure out what the true form of this person was. It was the same for Chan Rui. Su Zimo thought for a moment and said, you guys can call me Mo from this day forth. Mo? Black Wolf and Chan Rui murmured softly. Compared to human cultivators, demons were much more easygoing with their names. It was extremely common for single-character names as well. There were even many demon beasts such as Monkey who could not even be bothered to give themselves a name. Both of them exchanged glances and could see the confusion in the other's eyes. Although Su Zimo only replied to one of the questions, Black Wolf and Chan Rui were tactful and did not push further. Chapter 821, Dealings. Chapter 821, Dealings. The territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain had changed. A huge stir broke out in the entire territory as the news spread swiftly. The Rat King and Bronze Bull were the only demons who witnessed the fight in the cave abode personally. Most of the other demons were confused. The only thing they knew was that their original territorial lord, Black Wolf, became a deputy territorial lord after meeting the few of them, and there was a change in the territorial lord. Everything happened way too quickly and peacefully. It was as though the owner of Howling Moon Mountain had changed overnight without any signs of enemy infiltration. No large-scale ceremony was held either after the change of territorial lord. Everything ended after a personal announcement from Black Wolf and Chan Rui. Many demons did not even know what the new territorial lord looked like. The entire affair seemed extremely fishy. I heard that there are 5 new territorial lords and they are sworn siblings. They are a group of 5 indeed, and I've even seen 4 of them before. There's a monkey, tiger, crane and a fox. However, these 4 territorial lords are all low-level fiend demons and their cultivation realms are only at early stage nascent soul. Huh? How is that possible? Low-level fiend demons are now the territorial lords of Howling Moon Mountain? I heard that the boss of the 5 siblings, the lead territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain right now, is extremely strong. He must definitely be a mid-level fiend demon. Have you seen the main territorial lord? What's his true form? No, I haven't. The main territorial lord hasn't shown himself before and is extremely mysterious. I've only heard that he is called Imo. During this period of time, there were often demons that grouped together and discussed everything excitedly. In less than 3 days, news of this spread to Black Sand Ridge, Cyclone Cave and Ghastly River and created quite a stir as well. There was a spacious hall within the depths of a cave with a bloody and sinister aura. Within the hall, there were thin, blood threads that resembled blood vessels that hung from both sides of the walls. A man sat on the blood threads, perfectly balanced as he held a jade cup in his left hand. It was filled with a grisly red fluid that was still warm. The man raised the cup to his nose and took a deep breath, revealing an intoxicated expression with half-closed eyes. The territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain has changed. Could Black Sand Ridge or Ghastly River have beaten us to it? The man murmured to himself, no, no. It shouldn't be anyone from those 2 territories. After a moment, his eyes bolted wide open with a bloody glint as he said deeply, go and investigate further. Understood. A voice echoed through the chamber. Immediately after, the sound of wings flapping reverberated and a streak of blood light flew through the top of the hall within its darkness. It vanished into the distance before long. Unhurriedly, the man drank the red fluid in the cup in a single mouthful and licked his lips with a grisly red tongue. Yes, refreshing. Black Sand Ridge. During this period of time, the demons of Black Sand Ridge had been on their toes. The young master of Black Sand Ridge lost his physical body and returned with severe injuries. However, the culprit was never apprehended. Not long after, the young master of Black Sand Ridge failed his assimilation attempt and perished completely. There were many restrictions to an essence spirit's assimilation and it was extremely dangerous. For an assimilation to take place, the cultivation realm of the assimilated being must not be too low, he must be at the nascent soul realm at least with an unlocked spirit platform. The difference in cultivation realm between the assimilating and assimilated must not be too great either. Otherwise, if the essence spirit was overly powerful and the latter's body could not withstand it after the assimilation took place, it would explode right away. In other words, there would only be success if their cultivation realms were relatively close. In reality, an assimilation process was a fight between the essence spirits. If their cultivation realms were close, it meant that it was difficult to predict the victory of a fight between essence spirits. There were many examples of an essence spirit that was devoured instead during a failed assimilation process. That was the case for the young master of Black Sand Ridge. At the end of the day, assimilation was an evil process. That was because in essence, an assimilation was to steal the life of others for someone to continue with theirs. It would not be overboard to deem it as an evil craft. However, most beings cultivated for the sake of longevity. Even those of the orthodox path would resort to despicable means despite knowing that the assimilation process was evil. The territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge was enraged at the demise of the young master and slaughtered many demon beasts. In fact, he even murdered 2 protectors personally because they made wrong comments by accident. All the demons knew that many other demon beasts would have to die if the culprit was not apprehended. This day, a piece of news that shattered the tension in Black Sand Ridge arrived. 5 people. A monkey, a spirit tiger, an immortal crane, a fox, all of whom are low-level fiend demons. The territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge's eyes squinted with a cold killing intent. If he was not wrong, there was a high chance that the 5 of them were the culprits that killed his child. To think that they've run off to Howling Moon Mountain, foo-foo. The territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge had a menacing expression as he laughed sinisterly. Let's see where you can run off to after I destroy Howling Moon Mountain. Ghastly River. A young man dressed in light blue luxurious robes laid on a colorful coral reef bed. He had a relaxed expression and was sipping wine when he heard the news from his underling river demon. Oh! The young man in luxurious robes was extremely calm and merely gave a one-word reply when he heard that. Territorial Lord, I heard that Cyclone Cave and Black Sand Ridge have been making moves recently. There's a high chance that those two territories are going to strike Howling Moon Mountain soon. A river demon beside the coral reef bed said in a deep voice. The man in luxurious robes waved it off. A black scorpion and a stinky bat pose no threat at all. The river demon added, I heard that the new territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain, M.O., is extremely mysterious and had not shown himself the entire time. He must be rather capable to overthrow Black Wolf. He can't be that strong either since he's sworn siblings with 4 other low-level fiend demons. The man in luxurious robes declared proudly with a faint smile, if he is capable, I'll appreciate his talent and try to recruit him under my wing. If he's ordinary, I'll just kill him. When are you preparing to attack, Territorial Lord? The next few days. The man in luxurious robes mulled. Yes, it seems as though a treasure of sorts has appeared recently in Howling Moon Mountain in the past 2 months. We can't let others get their hands on it first. His true form was a WIRM. There was a thin connection to the bloodline of the dragon race that flowed within his body. However, that thin connection to the dragon race's bloodline was enough for him to become the top existence among ferocious beasts. The aura of the dragon race that emanated from the direction of Howling Moon Mountain was imperceptible. Although other demon beasts may not have been able to sense it, as a WIRM, he could vaguely sense it. At the very least, he felt shudders from that aura. It was a threat that originated from the depths of his bloodline. This aura must be from the treasure that had appeared, and it definitely had something to do with the dragon race. If I can get my hands on that treasure, my strength is bound to explode. In fact, there's a chance for me to transform into a true dragon in my lifetime. The river demon was shocked and knelt onto the ground hurriedly as he declared loudly, Congratulations, Territorial Lord. The man in luxurious robes rose slowly and gazed into the distance. If that day comes, even the entire 1,000 Demon Valley won't be able to contain me, let alone this measly ghastly river. Chapter 822, Seclusion. Chapter 822, Seclusion. The reason why Su Zimo had not appeared was not because he wanted to maintain a mysterious front. After he subdued Black Wolf and Chan Rui the other day, he sensed quite a bit of commotion in his spirit consciousness. He had to undergo seclusion. The creation Green Lotus was finally restored. The greatest benefit of having 2 essence spirits was that they could cultivate individually without affecting the other. In Howling Moon Mountain, Su Zimo used the scarlet-haired Een spirit as the master essence spirit most of the time, while the black-haired essence spirit continued its cultivation in a corner. Even when Su Zimo was engaging Black Wolf and Chan Rui in the cave abode, the black-haired essence spirit did not stop in its cultivation. Its never-ending and long cultivation finally brought about a reward worth celebrating. The creation Green Lotus was awakened. Su Zimo made rough preparations for most matters and headed to seclusion thereafter. He had an extremely tight schedule. Black Sand Ridge, Cyclone Cave and Ghastly River could attack Howling Moon Mountain at any moment, and it was bound to be a bitter fight. As long as he won this battle, he could establish himself properly within the 1,000 Demon Valley and would no longer have to flee for his life. Su Zimo had just advanced to the nascent soul realm and had 3 top-tier spirit refinement cultivation techniques with him. There were many things that he needed to cultivate further. As long as he had enough time, his combat strength would definitely rise at an unimaginable speed. Therefore, Su Zimo had no intention of rushing through his seclusion. Ever since he left the Dragon Burial Valley, he had fought the entire way. He overwhelmed all the paragons, obtained the number 1 spot on the phenomenon ranking, defeated Deen and suppressed 2 of the primordial 9 races in a domineering manner, all without stopping. This time round, he had to stop and enter a true seclusion so that he could consolidate everything and cultivate. After he entered the secret chamber, Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and entered his spirit consciousness with a single thought. He saw the black-haired essence spirit sitting on a green lotus platform that hovered in midair. It was filled with life and green petals had already bloomed around the lotus platform. There were a total of 9 petals. All of them were in an infancy state and were tender and soft, yet to have truly grown. There were 9 small pores on the lotus platform with lotus seeds that shone with a bright glow in them. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the creation green lotus was growing gradually while absorbing the power of the black-haired essence spirit. However, at the same time, Su Zimo discovered that the creation green lotus was also assisting his spirit refinement process. Rays of light spilled out of the 9 pores on the lotus platform and they circled around the black-haired essence spirit, refining it continuously. Under the refinement of the 9 rays of light, the black-haired essence spirit became even more powerful. In fact, it was further materialized and even showed signs of catching up to the scarlet-haired Een spirit. Su Zimo was delighted when he sensed the changes. This must be one of the reasons why the creation green lotus was so mystifying. The scarlet-haired Een spirit originated from the dragon race and was extremely powerful. Even at the nascent soul realm, it was able to leave the physical body and roam the world outside. Although the black-haired essence spirit cultivated 2 heaven-grade cultivation techniques, the Purple Thunder Manual and Great Day Rulai Sutra, it could not reach that level yet. Now that the black-haired essence spirit obtained the refinement of the creation green lotus, there was also a chance for it to be able to roam the outside world even at the nascent soul realm. Of course, although the creation green lotus was successfully awakened, this treasure required the nourishment of the power of essence spirit and grew at an extremely slow pace. Monk Een Lu once said that the creation green lotus could match perfected Lord Dermic weapons once it was at grade 4. At grade 5, it could even match Khanate Void Reversion Dermic weapons. Right now, the creation green lotus could only be considered as grade 1 at best. Given the current speed, it would take a couple hundred years for it to grow to grade 4. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. It was no wonder why this treasure was already passed around through several dozen paragons. However, most of them were burdened by it and in the end, nobody even wanted it anymore. Even with 2 heaven-grade cultivation techniques to back the black-haired essence spirit, it still required a couple hundred years of effort. For any other cultivator, it would take them at least 1,000 years if they wanted to nurture the creation green lotus to grade 4. However, the lifespan of nascent souls was only 1,000 years. How could any paragon be able to spare that amount of time? Thankfully, Su Zimo had the scarlet-haired Een spirit along with his black-haired essence spirit. The nourishment from both essence spirits at the same time meant that the creation green lotus would grow at an even faster speed. At the same time, the fact that Su Zimo possessed 2 essence spirits meant that he could refine 2 destiny dermic weapons. The black-haired essence spirit's destiny dermic weapon was confirmed to be the creation green lotus. However, the scarlet-haired Een spirit did not have a destiny dermic weapon yet. Right now, Su Zimo had 3 treasures with him that could be used as destiny dermic weapons. The Mingwang Prayer Beads, Mystic Magnet Mountain and Bronze Square Tripod. The Mingwang Prayer Beads were the foundation of Daming Monastery and it was needless to talk about how precious they were. Unfortunately, right now, the Mingwang Prayer Beads were incomplete. Furthermore, the Mingwang Prayer Beads were from the Buddhist monasteries and it was unsuitable to refine them for the scarlet-haired Een spirit. The Mystic Magnet Mountain one was of the 7 great unique treasures. Although it was not a spirit weapon or a dermic weapon, it possessed an extraordinary and unique capability. When used appropriately, it could secure a surprise victory. However, its full potential might not be able to be unleashed if it was refined as a destiny dermic weapon. As for the Bronze Square Tripod, this treasure had an unknown origin and it was battered and lined with cracks. However, Su Zimo had managed to tide through quite a few predicaments after he obtained it. Everything else aside, Su Zimo had never seen anything that could compare to this tripod in terms of toughness. After pondering for a long time, Su Zimo decided to refine the bronze square tripod. In the cave abode, he assumed a lotus position with his eyes closed. He was motionless, as though he had fallen asleep. However, in reality, within his spirit consciousness, both essence spirits cultivated at the same time and neither slacked off. While the scarlet-haired Yin spirit was cultivating the Yin spirit section, it was refining the bronze square tripod, establishing a connection by imprinting its spirit consciousness mark on the tripod repeatedly. As the black-haired essence spirit cultivated the Purple Thunder Manual and Great Day Rulai Sutra, it was refining the Creation Green Lotus as well. Among the 3 top-tier cultivation techniques, the Yin spirit section had no dermic art associated with it and was purely a spirit refinement technique. Only the Yang spirit section had a dermic art and an essence spirit secret skill. Both of those secret skills had an extremely high demand for the essence spirit. Furthermore, there were many incomprehensible words in the 2 secret skills of the Yang spirit section and were difficult to understand, as though they possessed boundless power. According to the records of the Yang spirit section, the 2 secret skills were the most terrifying killing moves of the Desolate Ocean Dragon King. Su Zimo was slightly disappointed that he was unable to cultivate the 2 secret skills for the time being. The true strength of the Great Day Rulai Sutra was that in the later stage of its cultivation, one could conjure a supreme Dharma characteristic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Rulai dermic body. The front part of the cultivation technique focused on refining the spirit. There was an essence spirit secret skill recorded in it. Unfortunately, Su Zimo had just advanced to the nascent soul and was not at the stage where he was able to cultivate an essence spirit secret skill. The Purple Thunder Manual had a few dermic arts recorded in the front part. The black-haired essence spirit cultivated those dermic arts as it refined the Creation Green Lotus. Day after day, the sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had spent half a year in seclusion. Within the secret chamber, a figure sat quietly. His hair turned scarlet and black from time to time and there was an occasional streak of lightning that crackled across his body. Su Zimo was motionless for the past half a year. On the surface, it was as though nothing changed and he still wore the same set of green robes. However, if one were to close their eyes, they would be able to sense a shuddering aura within the secret chamber. It was as though an ancient grand demon was devouring the world within. Chapter 823, Demons Assembled. Chapter 823, Demons Assembled. This day, dark clouds filled the skies of Howling Moon Mountain and raging cyclones howled, a storm was approaching. Both Black Wolf and Chan Rui walked out from their cave abodes. They reared their heads and frowned slightly with grim expressions. Dark clouds were overcast. Both of them could sense killing intent within the rumbling dark clouds that were as black as ink. At their cultivation realm, they had a keen sense towards danger, it was like an innate instinct. It's finally about to begin? Chan Rui murmured softly. Black Wolf said in a deep voice, relay the orders to prepare for war. Understood. The Rat King retreated with cupped fists and vanished before long. Right then, Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, Ching Ching and Little Fox exited their seclusions as well and arrived here. Black Wolf swept his gaze across the 4 of them. When he did not catch sight of the person he wanted to see, he was hesitant but still could not help but remark, the storm is approaching. Is Territorial Lord Imo going to? He's in seclusion, there's no need to disturb him. Monkey waved it off. He will naturally come forth if strong enemies truly arrive. The moment he said that, shuffling sounds could be heard from the distance. They grew clearer and clearer, as though countless ants were crawling on the ground. The ancient trees swayed and snapped one after another. Initially, the area in that distant direction was filled with lush greenery. However, as the shuffling sound approached, the greenery withered along the way. In the blink of an eye, all life was severed as trees and grass withered. What a strong poison! Qing furrowed her brows slightly as she took a small sniff. Chan Rui said, Black Sand Ridge should be here. At that moment, the demon army of Howling Moon Mountain was assembled. There were more than 10,000 Golden Core Spirit Demons and more than 50 low-level Fiend Demons. Black Wolf and Chan Rui were the only mid-level Fiend Demons and they were already gathered here. Before long, the withered grass patch in the distance creeped towards them. All the demons turned over. A scorpion army was charging over in a dense patch and everywhere they passed, life was severed, leaving nothing but barren land in their wake. Right at the front, there were 100 low-level Fiend Demons in human forms that stood on the black scorpions. The leader was a black-robed man with a grim expression. He reeked of a nauseating stench and was none other than the territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge. Behind him, there were 5 mid-level Fiend Demons with powerful auras. The expressions of the Howling Moon Mountain demons changed. It was clear that the strength of the Black Sand Ridge army surpassed Howling Moon Mountain. Black Wolf clenched his fists and said darkly, Scorpion, you can't hold yourself back after all. I'm not here today for Howling Moon Mountain. The territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge swept his gaze coldly across Black Sand Ridge and Chan Rui. He looked straight at Monkey and the other 3 and asked in a frosty voice, Did you guys kill anyone in Black Sand Ridge half a year ago? We did, so what? Monkey reared his head with a prideful expression and asked instead with a sneer. All right. The territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge nodded. Since you admit to it, that will save us some trouble. Today, I'm going to have you lot accompany my son in burial. That scorpion? The spirit tiger frowned. I remembered him escaping. However, he failed his assimilation later on and is now dead. The territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge snarled word by word with a chilling tone. The spirit tiger burst into laughter and rolled his eyes. That's not our fault though. He can only blame himself for being too stupid. You must have a death wish. The territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge grit his teeth and turned his gaze towards Black Wolf, asking coldly, Black Wolf, if you hand the 4 of them over to me, I might consider sparing your life. Black Wolf merely shook his head with a smile without replying. There was no way out for him and Howling Moon Mountain. I heard earlier on that there are new territorial lords in Howling Moon Mountain and they are just a bunch of low-level Fiend Demons. Fufu. I refused to believe it at first but now, it seems like the rumors are real. Another voice sounded in midair. Immediately after, dark clouds rumbled as figures descended one after another in the vicinity. There were at least 10,000 of them and they spread across the mountains and wilderness. The leader was a man with a skinny face. He sneered with sharp teeth and exuded a sinister aura. He was none other than the territorial lord of Cyclone Cave. Behind the territorial lord of Cyclone Cave were 7 mid-level Fiend Demons who possessed murderous intents. The territorial lord of Cyclone Cave hid his demons in the dark clouds and concealed their existence to travel along with the winds. Their sudden descent onto Howling Moon Mountain was a shocking scene. Black Wolf and Chan Rui exchanged glances, both of them could see the shock in the other's eyes. Everything else aside, Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave had the complete advantage in numbers of spirit demons and low-level Fiend Demons. The 2 territories also possessed an absolute edge in the number of mid-level Fiend Demons. Including the territorial lord, there were 6 mid-level Fiend Demons from Black Sand Ridge. Including the territorial lord, there were 8 from Cyclone Cave. Even if Black Wolf and Chan Rui had to fight the 2 territorial lords alone, they might not be able to secure victory, let alone with 12 remaining mid-level Fiend Demons right now. Although their new territorial lord, Mo, was strong in combat, he had just advanced to the nascent Soul Realm after all and everybody knew that. How could he defend against the combined attacks of 12 mid-level Fiend Demons? Black Wolf took a deep breath and said, Indeed, the territorial lords of Howling Moon Mountain have changed. It is the few of them beside me. Ha ha ha. The territorial lord of Cyclone Cave reared his head in wild laughter, as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. To think that you've given up your seat to a few low-level fiend demons. Preposterous. Amusing. Black Wolf, you sure have embarrassed your entire family. The demons of Howling Moon Mountain lowered their heads with indignant and ashamed expressions. Even the demon beasts of Howling Moon Mountain could not understand what happened, let alone outsiders. Black Wolf's expression was ashen. Indeed, the entire thing did not sound nice. He had no way of explaining things either. Was he going to have to acknowledge in front of everyone that he had lost to a low-level fiend demon? The territorial lord of Cyclone Cave continued, Black Wolf, Chan Rui, neither of you will survive even if you are not the territorial lords now. Half a year ago, the two of you killed 2 fiend demons under my liege. Today, I'm going to have you pay with blood. The moment he said that, the atmosphere around Howling Moon Mountain became extremely tense. A fight could break out at any moment between the 3 factions. Splash. Right then, there was a downpour. Although the rain was heavy, it could not wash away the murderous aura around the demons. Killing intent spread through the entire forest and a blood stench emanated. The clothes on the demons were drenched by the rain before long. Although bead-sized raindrops slid down their faces, nobody made a move. Any sudden motion right now could cause a huge battle. Interesting. Another voice sounded in the rain with a mocking intent. It's him. The hearts of Black Wolf, the territorial lords of Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave, as well as all the mid-level fiend demons, skipped a beat as they turned towards the voice. Bang! Boom! Boom! In a valley not far away, there was a loud splash that sounded as though a torrent had burst through. A torrential current blanketed the world and surged forward with a howling force. The gigantic wave almost drowned the entire Howling Moon Mountain. The demons were shocked. Even the demon beasts of Cyclone Cave and Black Sand Ridge retreated by instinct, afraid that they might be sucked into it. However, the gigantic wave stopped all of a sudden right before it reached Howling Moon Mountain, as though it was held back by some mysterious energy. The capability to stop an apocalyptic torrent as such was even more frightening. The torrent splashed with raging tides in front of the demons. Above the largest waterspout, there was a figure with hands behind his back. He stood upright and proud with an extremely pressurizing aura. In the torrent behind him, the shadows of river demons could faintly be seen submerged within the waters. Chapter 824, Battle Commencement. Chapter 824, Battle Commencement. It was the territorial lord of Ghastly River, Solitary Cloud. That was a name he gave himself. Most of the time, he was alone. At the same time, he was the only mid-level fiend demon in Ghastly River and there was no deputy territorial lord, hence the word solitary. Clouds obeyed dragons while winds obeyed tigers. The cloud word symbolized his ambitions. One day, he was going to transform into a true dragon. He was going to head to the dwelling of the dragon race and join them as a true member. The appearance of Solitary Cloud meant that the 3 territories, Black Sand Ridge, Cyclone Cave and Ghastly River, were all gathered here. The 3 territorial lords stood in different directions and exuded a mighty aura. Their pressure was suffocating as their presence overwhelmed the place. The hearts of Black Wolf and Chan Rui sank a little more. Solitary Cloud stood on a waterspout with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the demon beasts of Howling Moon Mountain indifferently and said in a slow manner. Black Sand Ridge is here to take revenge for your young master, so the 4 low-level fiend demons are who you want. Cyclone Cave is here to take revenge for your underlings, so Black Wolf and Chan Rui are who you want. Since that's the case, the territory of Howling Moon Mountain shall belong to Ghastly River. Humph. The territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge harumphed coldly. Solitary Cloud, Howling Moon Mountain has a vast territory. Do you think you can take it all? Solitary Cloud, aren't you way too greedy? The expression of the territorial lord of Cyclone Cave darkened as well as he frowned deeply. Although the two territorial lords were displeased, they did not dare to get too harsh with their statements. While there was only one mid-level fiend demon in Ghastly River, his true form was a WIRM. This was a top-tier existence among pure-blooded ferocious beasts with a frightening bloodline. Even if they joined forces, they might not be Solitary Cloud's match. Do I sense objections from the two of you? Solitary Cloud's gaze shifted slowly towards the territorial lords of Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave. There was a chilling killing intent in his tone. Although Black Wolf and Chan Rui were expressionless when they saw that, they were secretly delighted. The best outcome right now would be for Black Sand Ridge, Cyclone Cave and Ghastly River to fight it out. That way, there would be a chance for Howling Moon Mountain to survive. The two territorial lords of Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave looked grim against the threat of Solitary Cloud. They were territorial lords after all and naturally felt disrespected when they were threatened right in front of so many eyes. However, both of them exchanged glances and had a tacit understanding. Given the situation, none of them rebutted Solitary Cloud. The territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge grit his teeth and swallowed his pride to declare, "Solitary Cloud, we'll discuss how to divide the territory later on. Right now, the most important thing is to destroy Howling Moon Mountain as soon as possible." "That's right, we must not fight amongst ourselves or Howling Moon Mountain will be the one that stands to gain." The territorial lord of Cyclone Cave nodded as well. "I'm fine with that." Solitary Cloud replied nonchalantly. All of them were territorial lords and some of them had even cultivated for several thousand years. All of them were sharp and would naturally not let Howling Moon Mountain gain by sitting out. Hee hee. Suddenly, a stifled laughter burst forth from the mountaintop. It was extremely provoking to hear. All the demons turned over and saw a monkey with a golden, shiny rod on his shoulder. He stood akimbo with one arm and smirked coldly in the direction of the three territorial lords. "This is Howling Moon Mountain, it's my bloody territory." Monkey pouted and patted Imminent before saying lazily, "You guys will have to ask him if you wish to divide Howling Moon Mountain." The demons of Howling Moon Mountain were astounded. The three territorial lords frowned at the same time. Given the current situation, Howling Moon Mountain could topple at any moment against the gigantic demon army of the three territories. None of the demons present would dare to guarantee that they could get out alive. The three territorial lords had a dominating presence. Even mid-level fiend demons like Black Wolf and Chan Rui were wary in their speech and actions given the circumstances, let alone low-level fiend demons. Who would have imagined that a low-level fiend demon would dare to stand forth and provoke the three territorial lords? A low-level fiend demon of Black Sand Ridge could not help but hop out as he pointed to Monkey and shouted, "Wild Monkey, there's no room for you to speak here." Monkey glanced askance at the demon and sneered, "Your daddy here is the territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain. Who do you think you are to dare to speak to me?" The fiend demon was enraged and leaped into midair, yelling, "How dare a low-level fiend demon try to be a territorial lord? What a joke! I'll see what you've got. Wild Monkey, prepare to die." Monkey grinned and stood on the ground firmly. With a boom, he soared into the air and arrived before the fiend demon instantly. "Have a taste of your daddy's rod." Monkey yelled and swung Imminent with both hands, creating a beautiful arc in midair as he smashed down fiercely towards the demon's head. The force of his attack was way too ferocious. The fiend demon was initially wielding a gigantic spear that was thrust upright, aimed at Monkey's chest. However, he was shocked by the force of Monkey's attack. Frightful, he did not dare to continue with his thrust and retracted his spear hurriedly. The moment the demon lifted his spear above his head, he felt an intense vibration from his spear. His palm split apart instantly and fresh blood gushed. Immediately after, a deafening sound echoed beside his ears. The demon's mouth was agape and his eyes were filled with shock. Snap! His dermic weapon was snapped by the rod. The next moment, a golden light blinded him and he felt a sharp pain on his pain, losing consciousness thereafter. Right in front of the others, the low-level fiend demon of Black Sand Ridge had his head split open after his weapon was snapped by Monkey's attack. Brain juice splattered everywhere and his essence spirit was destroyed on the spot. He was killed by a single strike. A commotion broke out everywhere in Howling Moon Mountain. Although Howling Moon Mountain had a change of territorial lords, the demons did not understand why and none of them had witnessed Monkey and the others in action. Today was the first time. It was forceful. It was domineering. It was shocking. Although Monkey's cultivation realm was low, he had indeed regained some pride for the demons of Howling Moon Mountain with that attack. All of them felt invigorated as an unexplainable joy surged through them. Ha ha ha. Monkey reared his head in laughter after killing a fiend demon of Black Sand Ridge. In a wild manner, he looked down at the demon beasts of the 3 territories and declared loudly, "All of you nobodies, don't keep sending yourselves to die. Even I feel embarrassed for you guys." The territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge had a cold expression and grit his teeth so hard that they gave off creaking sounds. "Wild monkey, don't get cocky now." A burly man behind the territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge charged forward in a flash with a gigantic hammer in his hand. He lunged towards Monkey in huge strides. It was a mid-level fiend demon. Black Wolf recognized that this burly man should be one of the deputy territorial lords of Black Sand Ridge, the mid-level fiend demon, Duan Yong. "Don't freeze there, save him!" Black Wolf shouted. He had seen Monkey in action. In his opinion, although Monkey was strong in combat, he was not at the level where he could take on mid-level fiend demons. Right now, Territorial Lord Mo was not out of seclusion yet. As deputy territorial lords, they could not sit idly by the sidelines and watch Monkey and the others sink into danger. The moment Black Wolf and Chan Rui made a move, the territorial lords of Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave moved as well. They struck right away and held back Black Wolf and Chan Rui. The territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge laughed sinisterly. "Fufu, Black Wolf, your opponent is me. Beauty Chan, even the scent of your blood is sweet." The territorial lord of Cyclone Cave sniffed deeply and revealed an intoxicated expression. He was agile and possessed shocking speed, circling around Chan Rui so quickly that only afterimages could be seen. Kill. The attack of a mid-level fiend demon created a chain reaction. When the territorial lords made their move, the demons below rallied at the same time. The battle of the demons had broken out completely. Chapter 825, Not Necessarily. Chapter 825, Not Necessarily. Although the river demons of Ghastly River had already charged into the battlefield, Solitary Cloud did not make a move. To be precise, he was not bothered to do so. In his opinion, the outcome of this battle was already decided the moment it began. What he wanted to do was to obtain as much territory of Howling Moon Mountain as possible and locate the treasure with the aura of the dragon race. The battlefield was split before long. The spirit demons fought against one another. The low-level fiend demons did the same. Howling Moon Mountain had significantly less spirit demons than the combined forces of Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave. However, thankfully, they were in Howling Moon Mountain and their defense was stronger with the terrain advantage. As for the fight between the low-level fiend demons, the Spirit Tiger, Ching Ching and Little Fox led everyone and even had a slight advantage. However, neither of those battlefields were sufficient to determine the outcome of the battlefield. The truly decisive battle was between the mid-level fiend demons and Howling Moon Mountain was completely disadvantaged for that. The mid-level fiend demons of Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave had already made their move. Black Wolf was surrounded by a total of 5 mid-level fiend demons led by the territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge. As for Chan Rui's side, she was attacked by 8 mid-level fiend demons of Cyclone Cave at the same time. Both Black Wolf and Chan Rui faced torrential, suffocating attacks right at the start of the battle. They struggled to defend and almost died in the process. Their strength was comparable to the territorial lords of Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave at the most. However, Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave had more than 10 helpers in total, and neither Black Wolf or Chan Rui could deal with that. They could barely guarantee their own safety, let alone rescue Monkey. On the other side, the deputy territorial lord of Black Sand Ridge, Duan Yong, had already begun fighting Monkey. As a mid-level fiend demon, Duan Yong naturally looked down on his fight against a fiend demon that was a major cultivation realm beneath him. That was the reason why he did not even revert to his true form at the start of the fight. Prepare to die, wild monkey. Duan Yong had a menacing gaze as he charged forward. He wielded a gigantic hammer and smashed down towards Monkey's head. Monkey's blood chi surged and he had already transformed from his human form. Thick, long golden fur lined his body at a visible speed and his body expanded with a torrential demonic aura. Monkey did not dodge or avoid the incoming hammer. With a fierce expression, he gripped Imminent with both hands and the muscles on his arms bulged like molten steel. Kill! Monkey roared and swung Imminent, smashing it fiercely towards the gigantic hammer. Boom! When the gigantic hammer smashed Against Imminent, sparks flew everywhere and a deafening explosion could be heard. A gigantic heatwave surged forward instantly. Duan Yong grunted dully and felt his arms go sore as he staggered in retreat continuously. He nearly lost his grip on his gigantic hammer. What tremendous strength! A look of shock flashed through Duan Yong's eyes. Even without his true form, his combat strength could definitely match a low-level fiend demon. However, this monkey before him was able to knock him back with a single rod smash. Solitary Cloud was standing idly by the sidelines when he saw this and his eyes lit up. Wild monkey, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Duan Yong cracked his neck both ways and his bones transformed, causing his body to expand. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a gigantic bull. Duan Yong's combat strength increased significantly when he reverted to his true form. Bang! Boom! Boom! He sprinted forward in midair with a barbaric might. With his spirit consciousness, he controlled the gigantic hammer to smash it towards Monkey. At the same time, Duan Yong's massive body charged in Monkey's direction and he thrust his thick, sharp horns violently at the latter's chest. So, it's a bull demon. I'm going to send you down to meet Hades. Monkey was not flustered at all and the scarlet glint in his eyes intensified so much that they almost spewed out. Berserk. He had just become a low-level fiend demon and was not at the stage where he was able to take mid-level fiend demons head-on. However, if he triggered the berserk power within his bloodline, Monkey's strength would reach an explosive level. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, Monkey could even take on the primordial 9 races in his berserk state. In his berserk state, Monkey could only see this bull in his bloodshot eyes. The mysterious energy in his bloodline grew and cruised through his body rampantly. Monkey's entire body was shivering slightly. Clang! Wielding Imminent, he sent the gigantic hammer above Duan Yong's head flying with a single swing. Immediately after, Monkey dodged Duan Yong's charge with a leap and instead rode on the latter's head. He swung down his fists and smashed down onto Duan Yong's head. Bang! Duan Yong's body trembled violently from that punch. An explosion reverberated through his mind and his head felt like it was about to split. His vision was blurry as he swayed and nearly fainted. Luckily, Monkey's right arm was slightly numb after he smashed the gigantic hammer with Imminent and could not exert his full strength. Otherwise, Duan Yong's head would have been smashed into a pulp if the strike was done with Imminent instead. Even so, Monkey's fist was not something that Duan Yong's head could take head-on. Poof! Duan Yong spat out a mouthful of blood and tried his best to shake Monkey off his body. However, Monkey gripped Duan Yong's waist tightly with his legs like iron hoops. He did not budge at all as he rode on Duan Yong while raining punches down with his fist. "I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." Monkey ranted with bloodshot eyes. Blood scars surfaced on Duan Yong's head as the punches rained down in succession. He coughed with blood endlessly and his gaze went dim. Interesting. Solitary Cloud curled his lips and nodded. The bloodline of this monkey was definitely extraordinary if it could take an enemy a major cultivation realm above it head-on. However, this monkey would still lose if those were its only capabilities. Go to hell. Duan Yong's glabella shone and he released a sudden roar. A powerful spirit consciousness fluctuation surged forward and descended upon Monkey instantly. It was an attack of the spirit consciousness. Although Duan Yong did not know any essence spirit secret skill, he was a mid-level fiend demon and could release a spirit consciousness attack. It was an attack targeted at one's essence spirit and was almost instantaneous. Ah! Monkey howled in pain and hugged his head with a single hand. He felt sharp pains piercing through his mind as though there were endless needles poking him as he swayed and almost fell from midair. "Brother Duan, don't worry. I'm here to help you." A mid-level fiend demon from Cyclone Cave rushed over. Its true form was a blood-colored bat and it was extremely hideous. Its glabella shone and released waves of spirit consciousness attacks. Monkey could not withstand the spirit consciousness attacks from two mid-level fiend demons. Ah! 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 He hugged his head with both hands and howled in unendurable pain, hopping wildly in midair. He could not even care when Imminent fell from his hands. Solitary Cloud shook his head. What a pity. Indeed, there was an uncrossable gap between low and mid-level fiend demons. Even back when he was a low-level fiend demon, he could not take on mid-level fiend demons that were a major cultivation realm above him. On the other side, Black Wolf and Chan Rui were injured from head to toe and were at the end of the road. With the help of more than 10 mid-level fiend demons, Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave had complete control over the situation and nearly nobody was injured. Black Wolf, Chan Rui. It's no use even if you use your essence spirit secret skills. The territorial lords of Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave exchanged glances and smiled smugly, as though they could read the minds of Black Wolf and Chan Rui. After all, we know the same essence spirit secret skills. Not even deities can save Howling Moon Mountain today. The two of you are bound to die. Not necessarily. Right then, a voice sounded within Howling Moon Mountain. It was robust and filled with a steely killing intent, as though there was a powerful army behind it. Chapter 826, Thunderous Capabilities. Chapter 826, Thunderous Capabilities. The voice reverberated through Howling Moon Mountain. However, the fight between the demons was intense and not many demon beasts took notice of it. Yet, the spirit tiger, Ching Ching and the others were invigorated. Boom! An explosion sounded from the entrance of a cave abode above the mountaintop. The stone door exploded with a frightening force and countless rocks were sent flying. Among the debris, a figure traveled at an extremely fast speed and arrived beside Monkey almost instantly. So fast. Solitary Cloud's heart skipped a beat, his vision turned blurry for an instant and the figure had already vanished. He could not even keep up with the figure with his eyes. Solitary Cloud released his spirit consciousness and squinted his eyes. The intruder wore green robes and had shoulder-length scarlet hair. Although he had refined features, he exuded an unusually demonic aura from head to toe. The intruder scooped up Imminent that was falling with his left hand and swung it against Duan Yong's spine in reverse. Bang! Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Duan Yong's massive body was cut into two by the tremendous power released by Imminent. His organs spilled out into the air with a nauseating blood stench. At the same time, the intruder extended his right arm with lightning speed and managed to grip the blood bat of Cyclone Cave that was flickering left and right at a rapid pace. Blood bats of Cyclone Cave were known for their speed. However, it could not escape from the intruder's palms. Squeak, squeak. The blood bat was a mid-level fiend demon and screeched hurriedly when its throat was gripped by someone's palm. It struggled violently but could not break free no matter what it did. The person exerted strength without any hesitation. Crack! The throat of the blood bat of Cyclone Cave was snapped right away. It was a clean kill. The entire process was fluid as water without any sluggishness. In the blink of an eye, the physical bodies of two mid-level fiend demons were completely destroyed. For low-level fiend demons, the destruction of the physical body was almost equivalent to death. However, for mid-level fiend demons, their essence spirits could roam. There was a chance that they could survive despite the chaotic battlefield with weapons and attacks crossing everywhere. There was a bright flash and two glows floated out from the corpses. One of them was a thumb-sized bull and the other was a blood-colored bat, both of whom fled swiftly into the distance. When the essence spirit was exposed to the outside world without its physical body, the dangers it had to face increased significantly. However, without the shackles of the physical body, the essence spirit resonated closer to heaven and earth and was able to move much faster without resistance. Unfortunately, no matter how fast the two essence spirits were, they were not faster than the speed of sound. The intruder released a roar swiftly after he destroyed the physical bodies of the two mid-level fiend demons. Kill! It was a thunderous boom that shook one's mind. The two essence spirits did not manage to escape far when the voice sounded. Both of them shuddered and paused in midair stiffly. A moment later, the glow around the essence spirits gradually dimmed and cracks appeared one after another throughout their bodies as they fell from midair. The essence spirits of two mid-level fiend demons were completely destroyed. All the demons were in an uproar. At the start, the voice might not have been able to attract everyone's attention. However, this scene was more than enough to shock all the demons present. Even the territorial lords of Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave paused for a moment and turned over with frowns on their faces. Countless spirit demons had died by this point of the battle. More than 10 low-level fiend demons had fallen as well. However, there were no mid-level fiend demons that died. Yet, the moment this person appeared, he took down two mid-level fiend demons with thunderous means. How could anyone ignore him? Who was this person? That was the greatest and only question in the mind of the demons present. Territorial Lord. Right then, Black Wolf could not help but holler when he caught sight of the intruder. It's our territorial lord. Our main territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain. The Rat King was drenched in blood from head to toe. However, he was rejoiced and spirited as well when he saw who had arrived, shouting loudly. The demons of Howling Moon Mountain were invigorated and cheered with gusto. Throughout the battle, the demons had almost forgotten cleanly about this mysterious territorial lord that had never shown himself. Nobody expected him to finally make an appearance at this critical moment. I heard that the new territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain is a low-level fiend demon. Originally, I could not believe it. Seems like the rumors are true after all. Fufu, Howling Moon Mountain is sure getting more worthless by the day. A stifled laugh echoed from midair. Solitary Cloud looked down with a faint hint of mockery in his eyes and his hands behind his back. Low-level fiend demon? The demons of Howling Moon Mountain froze for a moment and turned towards the intruder with lost looks in their eyes. It does seem like he's truly a low-level fiend demon. How could that be? Ugh! In the blink of an eye, the smiles on the faces of the Howling Moon Mountain demons vanished. All of them shook their heads and sighed in disappointment. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Initially, the demons thought that their new territorial lord could lead them to force back the strong foes. But now, what could a low-level fiend demon do? Given the circumstances, even mid-level fiend demons with ordinary strength could barely handle the chaos. The intruder was none other than Su Zimo, who was in seclusion. His kill of the two mid-level fiend demons happened in a fleeting moment. Apart from a few people who were watching idly by the sidelines, almost nobody else noticed it. That was the reason why the demons of Howling Moon Mountain were not overwhelmed despite witnessing the death of two mid-level fiend demons. Many demons even thought that their new territorial lord committed a dishonorable ambush attack. Su Zimo supported Monkey and returned Imminent to the latter, asking, "Can you still fight?" "Of course." Although Monkey's eyes were considerably less bloodshot and his berserk power had faded as well, the fighting spirit in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest bit. Su Zimo said, "Go and help the spirit tiger and the others. Leave things here to me." "All right." Monkey agreed to it readily. The territorial lords of Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave did not say anything at all. They merely squinted and spread their mighty spirit consciousnesses to scan Su Zimo's body continuously. Both of them wanted to read Su Zimo. However, to their surprise, they could not even make out his true form. If not for the demonic aura that Su Zimo exuded, they would have even thought that they were facing a human cultivator. Solitary Cloud frowned as well. The scarlet-haired man before him was only a low-level fiend demon, but he could not read this man at all. The most puzzling thing was that he felt shudders when he looked at this scarlet-haired man. It was an unprecedented situation. As a WIRM, he was a top-tier expert even among pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Furthermore, he was a full major cultivation realm above this person. How could he be feeling shudders? It must be his imagination. Wait, something isn't right. Solitary Cloud closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. It was the aura of the dragon race. His expression changed. This man exuded a faint aura of the dragon race. "I've got it." Suddenly, Solitary Cloud realized what was happening. This man must be in possession of the treasure of the dragon race. Everything would make sense if that was the case. The reason why this person was able to become the territorial lord of Howling Moon Mountain despite the fact that he was a low-level fiend demon was because he had the treasure of the dragon race. Although Solitary Cloud was expressionless, he was secretly delighted when he finally understood what was happening. A treasure that can help a low-level fiend demon become a territorial lord is definitely extraordinary. The heavens are truly on my side. I'm excited just thinking about it. Solitary Cloud thought to himself as his lips curled. Chapter 827, Slaughter. Chapter 827, Slaughter. Solitary Cloud pointed to Su Zimo and looked at everyone from Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave proudly, saying in a slow manner, "You guys can carry on. Leave this man to me." His intentions were simple. Even if the treasure of the dragon race was exposed, if he was the one that killed this man personally, it would definitely belong to him and nobody would be able to take it away from him. The territorial lords of Black Sand Ridge and Cyclone Cave exchanged glances and nodded. Originally, the two of them thought that the intruder was an impressive expert. By the look of things now, he was nothing more than a low-level fiend demon. Although he was capable, it meant nothing that he was not going to change the eventual outcome. Furthermore, this man was doomed now that Solitary Cloud decided to step in and deal with things personally. Kill. The two territorial lords raised their hands and led the remaining 10 mid-level fiend demons to launch another flurry of attacks towards Black Wolf and Chan Rui. Instantly, dermic power surged everywhere. Black Wolf and Chan Rui had just caught a breather. To think that they would be encircled with impending danger in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. He moved swiftly and charged in the direction of the territorial lords of Cyclone Cave and Black Sand Ridge. Fufu, I'm your opponent. Solitary Cloud had no intention of reverting to his true form. He advanced with his waterspout and blocked Su Zimo's path, smiling idly. It's your honor to be able to die in my hands. Scram. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he thrust his knees forward, extending his arms to grab Solitary Cloud's shoulders at the same time. That was a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. Su Zimo had used these techniques in the past. Although they were strong, they were merely in form. After he became a fiend demon, this technique was no longer merely in form, there was even a divine might in it. This was the true definition of a mental and physical harmonization. This was a level that could only be achieved after an essence spirit was formed. Solitary Cloud's expression changed. In his eyes, it was as though Su Zimo's figure had vanished. Instead, there was a divine steed that was charging over with a torrential might. A tragic aura surged towards him and rattled his mind. Ah! He's a horse demon. A thought crossed Solitary Cloud's mind. Instantly, he felt prideful. His true form was a Wyrm, a pure-blooded ferocious beast. In terms of bloodline, he could be considered as a distant relative of the dragon race. How could he be shocked by a horse demon? Get the hell back! Solitary Cloud hollered and extended his arms at the same time, entangling them with Su Zimo's hands. He kicked out with one foot and stomped onto Su Zimo's knees violently. Bang! Solitary Cloud's feet collided fiercely against Su Zimo's knee. Solitary Cloud shuddered. A terrifying power surged into his body through his feet in an almost unstoppable manner. That single head-on collision caused his feet to go numb. Shing! Right then, Solitary Cloud suddenly felt his arms turn cold. Immediately after, there was a sharp pain. He lowered his head. Nails that were sharp as daggers protruded from Su Zimo's fingers. Although they did not pierce his flesh, they ripped his clothes apart and left bloodied scars across his arms. Ah! Solitary Cloud was enraged and could not help but roar. As a pure-blooded ferocious beast, his body was extremely tough and even ordinary perfected Lord Dermic weapons could barely hurt him. To think that his body would be injured by the nails of this low-level fiend demon before him. How dare you injure? Solitary Cloud's eyes widened. Before he could finish his sentence, his vision blurred and Su Zimo charged forward once more. Boom! Su Zimo's fist curved in an arc in midair like a gigantic seal and smashed down onto his face with a terrifying might. This! Solitary Cloud's eyes were filled with rage and surprise. In his eyes, Su Zimo was like a divine ape that was enraged at the moment. He thumped his chest wildly with a shocking wrath. Could this person's true form be an ape? If that's the case, what was with the divine steed earlier on? Solitary Cloud had no time to ponder deeply as he crossed and propped his arms forward hurriedly. Bang! There was a dull sound of defeat when flesh and bones collided. Solitary Cloud's body shuddered and he lost his balance. He was sent flying by Su Zimo. He had lost in 2 consecutive head-on clashes. Furthermore, after both rounds, Solitary Cloud found himself even more bewildered and surprised. He could no longer figure out what Su Zimo's true form was. In less than 3 breaths, Su Zimo sent Solitary Cloud flying. Ha! Su Zimo burst into laughter and glanced askance at Solitary Cloud who was not far away, declaring loudly, "You are indeed rather capable to even survive despite taking 2 attacks from me." His statement was a reply to Solitary Cloud's initial taunt. However, he had said it in an even more brazen manner. Solitary Cloud was so furious that his lungs almost exploded. As a WYRM, he had been in countless battles up till this point of his cultivation. Although he had been on the brink of death multiple times, he had never endured such humiliation. His body shivered in rage as the blood chi in his body surged and his bones started transforming. He was prepared to revert to his true form and kill Su Zimo. I don't care if you're a horse or ape demon. I'll make sure you endure my wrath for humiliating me. I've decided, I'm not going to kill you today. Instead, I'm going to subdue you and turn you into my mount. Solitary Cloud ranted as he transformed. Immediately after, he caught sight of another scene and shrieked, so shocked that his eyeballs nearly popped out, "Holy shit! What the hell is that?" After he was knocked back by Su Zimo, the latter did not bother about him and instead sprinted across the battlefield to rescue Black Wolf and Chan Rui. Su Zimo's figure slithered in midair like an anaconda and arrived behind a mid-level fiend demon of Cyclone Cave with a single slide. Solitary Cloud was utterly confused. Initially, he thought that Su Zimo was a horse or ape demon, or even some mighty steed ape of the legends. However, this man transformed into an anaconda right before him. Although he was in human form, his actions and mannerisms resembled the anaconda race completely. The mid-level fiend demon of Cyclone Cave had not imagined that Su Zimo would be able to break free from the territorial lord of Ghastly River and rush over. Before he could react, Su Zimo was behind him. Hiss! He heard a strange sound. Even without turning back, the image of an anaconda spitting its forked tongue appeared in his mind. Chills ran down his spine and his scalp prickled. Before he could react, he found his arms and legs bound tightly such that he was unable to escape. The feeling of asphyxiation surged into his mind and he could no longer use any dermic powers or weapons. The next moment, Su Zimo reared his head and took in a deep breath, as though he had transformed into a gigantic anaconda that was about to devour the sun and moon. The flesh on his body expanded instantly. The terrifying restriction power had descended upon this person. Crack! 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 Right in front of everyone, the body of the fiend demon from Cyclone Cave caved in and the sound of bones snapping echoed continuously. Given that distance, not many people would be able to defend against Su Zimo's killing move, even if they were mid-level fiend demons. An essence spirit broke out from the body. Before it could escape, Su Zimo gripped and squashed it, destroying it on the spot. A mid-level fiend demon was minced to death just like that. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.